You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how to cheese the grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
What'd you do? What'd you do?
It just looked like we were just stoners staring into the sky. That's all.
I was.
Well, we can't see you.
Okay, but I picture it. I was.
All right. We're going to put
What?
There. Here.
Why?
I'll go down here. There we go.
Yeah, but now you're chopping a big chunk of Lenny's head off.
No, I
can see
didn't.
me.
I
Yeah.
can see you. His head's
I
still
see
there. I don't
live.
I
Huge
don't
melon.
invite people on the show just to chop their head off. Hello.
Looks like he's got a turban on.
It does,
Who,
Len.
me?
Yeah.
I got a turban?
Yep. It's a live 152 turban.
So, welcome to the
It's
show.
there.
I am Al. Nice to meet you. Not AI. Al.
I got to come up with an AI version of Al now.
I don't like the fucking new avatar on Facebook.
What new avatar?
They've
What new-
updated the avatars on Facebook, and I don't like it. It doesn't look like me. I can't make it look like me. The other one looked like me.
I never had an avatar, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know either.
You guys. So everybody's here. Darcy's here too, somewhere. And I don't know where Mary Jane is.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
And
Mary
there's
Jane's
Dale.
not here.
Hi, Dale.
Mary Jane's not here.
Who?
Mary Jane's not here. What do you mean Dale's here? Where's Dale?
You said
Right here.
hello.
He's in the comments.
Oh, it's stuck. It was stuck. Hi, Dale. Again. Already saw Dale. Already said hi to him.
So now you don't need to say hi to him again.
But I did because I'm polite.
Sometimes.
Well, no, all the time. I'm usually pretty polite.
So what are we doing tonight?
I don't
Just
know.
sitting here smoking weed and going for 2 hours.
I just spent the last week hurting myself from
Trimming,
laughing. No laughing.
laughing.
Laughing. I've been
I spent
having
the
a
last week
riot.
rolling joints.
Well, that sounds boring compared to laughing.
Well, people smoke a lot of joints apparently.
Nah, I've been having a great old week time, fun blast of laughing at people so concerned about sides and politicians and media.
Oh, Jesus.
That's why we're not doing that here on the 420 radio show.
That would be fun, though.
No, it would not. I would not. I would leave, and you know it. I'd be like, nope. See ya. Have fun trying to figure out how to shut this thing off when you're done.
I'm just pointing out that there's two sides to every story.
Yeah, of course there is. But you know what, Marcel? Those two sides are infesting every single feed that I have to look at every day. And it's infesting every conversation that I have. That's the key thing that people want to talk about. And I'm not interested.
That's
Period.
what was so funny, though.
I'm what I'm doing right now is waiting for that second round of "you're no friend, I hate you, fuck yous," and all that, because half your fucking playlist goes away, your friends list goes away because of division, and it shouldn't be like. That's why there's war, division.
So at one time, and I got asked this the other day too, because one
Does
of the
this
kids
have to
asked,
do with cannabis?
well, kind of, because it kind of has to do with social
No.
media.
No, it does not.
No, the question was, do I get a lot of private messages from people upset with what I say? Right? Regardless what it is. And I said no. And then they asked if Chrissy did, and I said no. But my kid does because her husband says shit, and they message her about it. So I said, so I looked at it and I thought, anybody that's going to message me about something that I posted will become my new bitch.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Right?
I'm just tired of the arguing online. Like, you post something all happy and nice and try and be cheerful, and some guy is like, well, it's all this guy's fault and it's all that guy's fault, and
You just don't answer them, man.
well, but it's not
You mean
even
the
an
big orange
original
man?
post. It's not even an original post, guys. It's all canned. They write this shit out and then they
Yeah.
go and they find a topic that they're interested in and they post and they post and they post. And you don't get anywhere like that. It's like
It's a
being
waste.
angry.
It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of energy.
It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my readers' times.
It allows me to
nothing
just
original. There's nothing original about
but it allows me more opportunities to put out laughing face emojis. And that's what I've been doing all week is the laughing face emojis.
I'm glad you're having a good week, buddy.
Oh, it's been a blast, man.
I think Marcel's what they call an internet troll.
I was thinking I could easily be a troll. I mean, Lenore Zan would be on my target. Because I don't know of any politician that's about more or media propaganda than that one.
Darcy, mute Mike.
And she's not even a politician anymore.
No, I just never found her very smart.
Who?
That's Lenore Zan.
She was a local in LA.
Yeah. She was
not a mean spirited person I could tell, but she just wasn't very intelligent.
No, I mean it's
very
she got into a role that was over her head.
Yeah,
way.
It's not her skill set.
Her skill set is actually she's amazing.
She's an actress
at what she does. No, she does voices more than anything. I mean, she does some acting, but she does the voiceover stuff for.
I've heard that actually.
It's Marvel or one of them, I think.
I've heard something with that.
There's a few voices out there that are very well known, like a buddy that works at Discovery. I can't remember his name. He does Dirty Jobs. I can't remember his name, but he's on
Mike Rowe.
Huh?
Mike Rowe.
Mike Rowe. Yeah, and he's fucking hilarious.
Mike Rowe, or Mike.
Mike Rowe. WOW ROWE. Yeah, but he's got a few of his own shows as well, right? So he does Dirty Jobs, but he's basically the voice of Discovery.
Lenore was a former member of the House of Commons of Canada, and is one of the voices in the X-Men animated series.
I knew that. Yeah, and I knew she was in that.
And she's done a few other movies like DEFCON 4 and American.
Yeah, she was MP. She wasn't MLA. She was MP. That's even fucking worse.
Jeffrey Peterson, the 420 comic, has done a lot of voiceover stuff for.
Has he? That's cool.
Yeah, he's done a lot of animation and stuff like that, and voiceover stuff. And
nice.
Yeah.
Me and Jeffrey were helping that along the other day with his 51st state comments.
Hey, did you hear about what happened with NJ Weedman? Did you see that?
No.
He's got a broken back. He was driving along, and a truck pulled out in front of him and just took him out. He's been in the hospital learning how to walk again. And he's got fractured T3 and a T4. And he's walking around on a walker, and yeah, he's pretty banged up.
Not really. Not sorry to hear. Just sorry to change the subject, but just because the commercial's on behind me, and it's sort of like got that 60s, 70s. What do you think of the new Volkswagen electric van?
I've seen pictures of it, but that's it. And the commercial, that's it.
Electric what?
Van.
It doesn't look like what you're expecting.
They rebooted it,
Volkswagen.
right?
Yeah, I don't like the look of it. It's too high tech for me.
Now I have to go and look, you bastards.
It's modern.
Yeah, but it looks like a train. It looks like the front of a train.
No, I think that's why I like it.
Are you a train guy?
Oh, it does kind of look like a train. It looks like a high-speed train.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. It actually looks like trains in Germany.
Are you looking at the green one? The one I saw was green.
I'm looking. There's 2 blues and a green because I just Googled it.
Okay.
There's one outside of Tim Hortons in Truro, like advertising the contest.
I believe they had one. They had one at the car show.
Anyway,
they're having one at the car show here.
I have to admit, I actually think I like it.
One of those.
I have to admit, there's no
McDonald's is giving one of those away in their. Roll Up the Rim is giving one of those away. So Tim Hortons.
That's why.
Yeah,
I might live in one.
You might what?
Live in one.
Is it a camper or is it just a bus?
I think it's a bus, but I'd get it retrofitted. What's my?
Yeah, they started about 80.
What? My kid just won $169 on a slot machine.
These win about or started about 85,000 Canadian.
You know what? I was really disappointed when I found out after I bought my car. I found out that I could have gotten a in very good shape VW camper bus,
really?
like Cindy did. Yeah, she paid about the same price as I paid for my car, and I was like, "Fuck me."
Has she ever gotten that? Has she ever gotten hers fixed?
I don't know. I just know she got one.
Yeah,
and she drove it back. She drove it back from Vancouver, and then it broke down or something, right?
Yeah. Oh, that looks gross.
Are we? What are we? Are we doing a show, or are we just on our own viewing time?
No. Somebody sent me a picture of a great idea for pizza.
And I just learned that my daughter gambles.
Was she using your credit card?
No, not the more of.
Not anymore.
Well,
where's your daughter?
I remember the days when my mom would go, you need new shoes and a t-shirt, go shopping, here's my credit card, and nobody would even think about it. You just go and you pay for it and then you leave. Now it's a little easier with tap, but for a long time you weren't allowed to do that. She would give me a note. My son may use my credit card, things like that. When I was a teenager.
100%. Yeah. And she's at Dooley's.
What casino was she at? Like what casino?
No, she's at Dooley's in Antigonish on a slot machine.
Oh, okay. One of them.
I've only played a slot machine once, and that was with Mary Jane.
Oh, really? Did you win?
No, she was playing. I was just standing there. I took
Chris to the casino one time, her first time to the casino, and she was playing a slot machine and got up like 200 and some bucks, and she looked at me. She said, "Can I take this and leave?" And I said, "Yeah, help yourself, George." So she cashed it out.
I have been to one casino, and that's with my mom, and it was actually in Thunder Bay. And I went in. She gave me $20 just to play around with, and I walked out of there with over $200 playing blackjack.
I can honestly say that I've been into a lot of casinos.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever actually I've been to a charity casino, but that's the first time I've been in an actual casino.
One of the companies I work for sent me on a course to Reno, Nevada, in a hotel with a casino.
Hi, Drew.
Don't they all have a casino?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
We were there for a conference, so in between, like at lunch breaks, you go out and do some slot machines or something like that.
Fucking airport has slot machines.
Yeah, but that's how I learned how to play roulette.
I've never been. I've not been to. I've been to LA. I've been to San Diego. I've been to Sacramento, and all of that. But I've never been to Vegas.
It's cool.
Never.
I like it a lot.
I'd like to go to Vegas, and I'd like to go to Mardi Gras, but it's a lot of walking around. I don't think so.
I was in BC. I was driving home one afternoon, and I saw a sign at a travel agent, and I pulled in, and I said, "Are you serious?" And they said, "Oh, yeah, but you have to leave tonight."
One of those quick trips.
$199, 3 days, 2 nights in Reno. Gave you for $109. Gave me the flight there and back, the hotel, $200 in vouchers for.
It wasn't a mainstream hotel, I bet.
It was the Sands.
Oh, really?
It was fucking awesome. We had big $50 coupon for Tony Roma's for dinner. It's fucking awesome.
Cool.
For $199 a person.
Well, they have packages. You can get.
They're not $199 anymore.
You can get a package from Toronto to Niagara Falls for a day, and that includes a dinner at a casino, and you get to go and gamble.
And a flight.
They bring you back. Huh?
And a flight or a bus?
No, a bus.
Yeah.
They
Toronto to Niagara Falls. That's a drive, not a flight.
That's a 2.5, 3 hour drive. Yeah.
So the tariffs that are now into effect, will they have any effect on the cannabis trade back and forth across the border?
I'm hearing yes, it's going to.
Yes, it is already on lights and stuff, Marcel.
Well, we don't bring stuff from the U.S., but I know we send stuff to the U.S.
No, we bring
but lighting equipment and lighting and fans and all that shit.
I realize that. Yeah.
So it's going. Everything. I give it another week before the price of gas goes up. Everything starts going up.
The knock boxes all come out of California, Marcel.
Well, that's good. Maybe somebody in Canada should make their own.
Well, they all make their own. They all make their own. The one that I got a knock box, but it's not called knock box. It's called a thumper.
Yeah.
It's identical to a knock box.
Yeah, same thing. Well, so it's from China then. Because China
I'm assuming, because the one that I have was sold by Raw.
It's going to affect the car industry. They're demanding that they move into the States or pay the tariff. So
what's to stop manufacturers from moving into Canada? Oh, the 20% carbon tax coming April 1st.
Yeah, that's
right. Fuck. Oh,
I'm getting sick of the commercials. I mean, they've even infiltrated Prime. Every 3.5 minutes you get a commercial about Polyev or about this person's so bad that Trudeau loves him.
Carnival Carney and
all the same commercial. I'd rather see McDonald's commercials. Thanks.
Carbon tax, Carney.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, carbon tax.
The commercials are on right now.
Well, it's his fucking idea. The carbon tax came from him, right?
And really? And now he's fighting on Trudeau. Well, that's
because he was Trudeau's advisor. He's the one that's been telling Trudeau spend all this money.
Listen, the secret of being a good politician is taking the credit for the wins and blaming someone else for the losses.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the magic. all the good stuff, that was me. All the bad stuff, that was them.
That was the other guy.
Yeah. Well, you think you have problems in the States?
So I listen to a cat podcast every day of a guy that goes by the name of Mr. Sunshine Baby.
Oh, he's kind of a tool.
Yeah, at times, but I mean, he's fun.
He's got some good points, but
he's fun to watch, especially the commentary during question period and things like that. Well, he was invited to the provincial legislature in Victoria, and he was introduced as somebody, and the NDP there freaked out because he was brought there by the Conservatives. The NDP had freaked out. Now it's hit all the news out there about this guy's a Trump supporter and things like that. And so he's doing this video tonight, and he says, "I don't know what they're talking about." He says, "I don't know as a Trump supporter." So then he plays a clip from the news, and they've got clips from him. They've taken clips from his videos that he's done. He said, "Oh yeah, I love Trump," saying shit like this. So they went literally digging through years of videos to find anything bad to make discredit the guy. All it's done is driven so much fucking traffic to him.
Yeah, no, he does these fake titles of his videos or over. I
That's
know
the
who
part
he is,
that pisses me off. Yeah.
Here's the thing about Donald Trump. He does a lot of good ideas. He's just a very loud, abrasive man.
Yeah, he's like a bull in a china shop.
Oh yeah, and if I was America, I think I'd be pro. If I were as a Canadian, it sucks.
Yeah.
But like he can't get again. He's treating it like a business, so I don't know.
Well, but technically, every country is a business.
Do it too much.
So then, why not run it as a business?
Well, they're a business, but they're a business that seems to just have unlimited debt. That's the difference. A real business, if we get to a certain point of debt, you go under. Governments seem to just keep going.
So Maxine just put a comment up and said, "Glad some of those who voted for Trump had some regrets." I don't know if anybody that voted for Trump is regretting anything. Trump is doing exactly what Trump said he was going to do. And that's why people voted for him. Now, if you vote for him because you want him to do these things, then don't get mad at him when he starts to do them, right? It's just counterproductive.
Yeah. No, but like, it's a tough one, right? You have him. No, but here's my point about him. You have him. He tells you what he's going to do, and he does do it, like it or not. And then you had Biden, Kamala, and Pelosi who are lying. You can't trust a word they say.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of a what's that Kobayashi Maru fucking Star Trek no-win scenario.
Thank you,
like,
Maxine.
what do you do?
Now can share that video for us.
What's that?
Because she saw a video on Facebook.
Yeah.
So she's going to send it to Al.
No.
Yeah, Al, you can share it for us. We can watch it later.
But it is hard. It's hard because it's like people get their emotions into it too much.
So here's the thing. A few years ago, I had a conversation with somebody in the States about their current situation. And my attitude was, how come you don't say anything negative about the guy? And the response was that the person actually hated the person, but won't speak against the President of the United States as their commander in chief. That's the position that warrants all the respect.
Well, there's certain there's certain things like
the same people are not doing that. Right. The same people are not doing that with this administration. Right.
Yeah, like it's like you don't have to agree what he does.
Yeah.
But no, like I'm not a Justin Trudeau fan, but if he's Like he's your prime minister, like it or not, at least for a couple more days.
No, he's done. He's done as of today, I believe.
No, he's not.
No,
that's ninth. The 9th.
There's Sunday.
Is it the 9th?
Sunday. And then there's like a week or two fucking transition or something.
Yeah.
But regardless, like there's a sense of respect and dignity for the position. Doesn't mean you have to agree with their politics or. That's all. Just seem to have lost form. Like there seems to be.
Dale says Sunday they vote.
Okay, I thought it was last night that they did it.
No, I think Sunday.
Well, look, you got the Liberals have a choice of 3. You have pile shit A.
Oh, they haven't changed. They haven't
pile
changed.
shit C.
They haven't decided yet.
No. So which pile of shit do they pick?
Well,
right. So two of them are responsible for the situation we're in. And one of them,
am I back?
Well, what? She had a lot to say, but nobody could ever hear her.
Sorry, my internet's going in and out.
Yeah, you flip
Mine
on it.
too.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay,
no,
Mr.
but
Canadian.
Who, me? No.
Sorry.
And Dale wishes the Conservatives had a more mature leader.
I like
him. You want some fucking old guy in there, do you? Because I'm assuming mature means old, or somebody that acts mature. We'll have to wait for Dale to respond to that one.
I want a guy that's just smart.
No, he doesn't have a mature attitude. Man, well, let's see.
I disagree
the last
with that.
guy's got a whole bunch of
Respectfully
friendship splits from the Taylor Swift concert. So I don't know. I guess that attitude is pretty immature.
I like Pierre for whatever reason. I think he's a pretty smart guy.
No, I liked Pierre pushing for an answer, which you never get out of a fucking politician, and he'll be the same way. You'll never get an answer out of him.
If he gets in and it's a flip flop, it's like he'll probably be the exact same thing.
Yeah, he's not gonna give you an answer. Like I've been into enough politicians' offices to realize that they all suffer from the same trigger word. They don't like being called a liar to their face. They actually get quite upset when it happens. And the reason being is they know they got caught. Right?
Well,
they're not mad because you're calling them a liar. They're mad because you recognize that they're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be a politician without being a fucking liar.
But technically, the way I look at it, as much as I just said, he'll go and do the same, which is probably what he will. I can't call him a liar or a two-faced till he actually gets in and does it.
Right. Yeah.
The odds are against him.
Any politician that I've called a liar to their face, they've already proven to me that they're a liar.
Most do, but I'm more of like right now. It's like the last 10 years didn't really go well for this country. I think it's I'm more of it's the other guy's turn.
Yeah. That's really what it's. That's I think the majority of the entire country is thinking that way. It's time for change, but realize that change is going to be it's going to be as an extreme of a change that the U.S. is going through right now, because they went through wishy-washy spending all kinds of money and sucking everybody's dicks to taking everything away, kicking everybody out. Well, that's what's going to happen.
Guys, I'm really not enjoying this conversation. I'm really not.
I know it's not a cherry conversation, and it's not a happy conversation. So, what are you smoking tonight, Alvin?
I'm smoking some Northern Lights number 5.
Oh, are you?
So yeah.
Big buds or little buds?
Actually, they're not bad. They're nice size. They grind up nice. It's nice and puffy, and
What
it's.
would you?
I would have liked to have seen that in mine.
Okay, so when you say it's not bad, because I said big buds or little,
I'm enjoying it. I'm
right?
enjoying it. I wish I
enjoy.
wish I had. I wish I had been able to grow it this summer.
No,
Last summer.
the reason I say about the big buds and little buds is I enjoy small buds more than big buds.
Well, you get small buds anyways.
Yeah,
Like a big bud is a congregation of small buds.
but if I'm going to go and buy a bag of buds at the legal store or whatever, I want small buds. I don't want a big honking 7.5 gram bud sitting in a bag.
Because there's going to
3
be a
grams
gram and a half of stick there.
Exactly. So I always go small buds. Get small buds.
Yeah. What do you guys got now at Optimus, Len? You guys got anything new that you're finding that's good?
I'm trying to think. Like the most popular flower I got going right now is Gastropop.
I don't know that one.
It's eScan. It's pretty good. Let's just call it spade a spade. It's pretty. It's pretty nice stuff. A lot of flavor.
Lenny tests all the products before he puts it.
I've had it, but that one I don't take too much because it's expensive and it sells well.
Mm-hmm.
Is your wife a consumer, Len?
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
She have the odd time a cannabis drink, but
she doesn't use creams or anything.
So I should bring her some ice cream.
No, she won't.
I should bring her. No.
Says she doesn't like it, which is fine.
She doesn't like your ice cream.
No, the feeling.
No, she doesn't like the feeling.
No, I know. You know, my sister doesn't.
I don't blame her for that.
My sister doesn't like the feeling of edibles as well. They don't help her sleep, which is what she took them for. And all they did was made her sit up. And I'm like, well, you're using a distillate. You're not using what you're supposed to. Oh, so she doesn't use it anymore. But I know the only reason I asked really is because I know a few couples that are like that. The one is the consumer and the other one isn't.
Yeah, there's a few I know, and
yeah, it's like that in my house too.
Yeah,
Chrissy doesn't smoke, or she does,
like a chimney.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Yeah, I think I've smoked a few with her.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah.
Lenny probably has too. I know Darcy
but as far as like creams and stuff, like she just isn't injured.
Buddy that owns the store here in town, his wife is a medical professional and completely on the cannabis side, but he doesn't consume at all. He just works. he doesn't. So I'm like, is this any good? He looks at me and he's like, huh. I don't know.
I like to try. Like I'm not a big, like I said, I really haven't been smoking much anyway. But I usually try most of the products just for my own benefit.
Well, as you should.
It's not your benefit. It's your education.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not a great educator on it anyway. As far as I don't taste product. Like a lot of people want to know about taste and flavor. I don't have that astute sensory.
Yeah.
But I kind of know. Like, well, the moisture is good. I can describe the buds. I like the stickness, things like that. Like obviously, I know COAs and shit like that. But
easiest way for taste is to roll it up into a joint and then suck it back without lighting it.
I know. I try that. There's a few flavors I pick up. Like I
hold
pick
on.
up.
Let me try. I got a doobie here that's not going.
No, but he's right. Marcel's right. But like I pick up like bakery vanilla shit.
Woo! Yeah, you're right.
I know I'm right because when we do judging, so if we do judging, what I normally do is if we get a judges pack, I gather 4 or 5 people and we all get together and I'll roll one up, and everybody tastes it before we light it. And then everybody can write down what their taste is, what the flavor is in this from the smell and stuff like that. Then light it up and have them record the flavor again, because it's always different when you light it. And then we make them sit for an hour or two, and then hit them with another one.
You know, the one thing that I really, really, really enjoy doing is waking up in the morning fresh and having that first joint. If you choose the wrong first joint, though, you're back in bed.
No, see, every morning it's the same joint for me.
Yeah, I can't do that.
It's the same joint for me.
No, I can't do that. I have to change it up, or it just nothing.
The only time I change it up is like in the evening when I roll a hash joint. Or tonight I've got something I'm going to try, and it's written on its cherry cake, and it smells really good. But
I should try my mystery pre-roll that I got this month. I'll go get
I have a government Oasis live rosin vape to try later.
Oh, cool. Where'd Darcy go?
I don't know.
All I see
Darcy's probably been talking to us. Darcy's probably been talking to us for the last 20 minutes and forgot that his mic was muted.
No, I'm right here. I was just letting Carla take the dog out.
Was I right about cherry cake?
Took you 36 minutes to tell your wife to take the dog out. 36 minutes.
Huh?
You were on mute for 36 minutes.
No, he wasn't.
Tell the wife.
He talked about the knockbox.
I know. Al's the one that told him to mute his mic.
Yeah, I'm just rolling joints for work. So.
No, that cherry cake is good.
Yes.
I've heard of cherry cake before. I don't think I've had it though.
Although the best stuff at the store though is fucking that El Chapo.
Is it really?
Marcel, I fucking love it.
Yeah.
So this is my mystery.
No, that's got that cushion in it.
Mystery pre-roll 0.5. Let's see.
Gary Payton BX, dank and earthy. People say dank. I usually equate that with Kush because
yeah.
And I'm pass on that.
This doesn't have much smell to it.
I'm rolling up right now.
Very, very lack of taste as well. I'm
organic
going to
Kush Marcel.
I don't even want to light it up.
Are ya?
But I smell what I stuck your face in that big bag today.
Yeah, I know. You know, like Pink Kush is of all of the Kushes, Pink and Bubba I can probably tolerate about.
I enjoy both of those as well. Yes.
Yeah, but all the other Kush crosses, nah, because all they're doing is just getting that Kush flavor. I think.
I have a Tom Ford Kush that I got, and I got Northern Lights number 5, and I can't remember the other one. Where's my bag?
Yeah? Well, I've got a double medicated Red Eye Ice Cap. How's that?
This one that I really like, Modified Grapes Small. I really like that. I've never tried the Modified Grape before.
I had the live rosin of that.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping we'd have a Harvest Fest this year because I wanted to bring something really cool.
Yeah, that's disappointing. But you know what? Everything happens for a reason, right?
Yeah, their loss. I was going to bring medicated ice caps.
Their loss.
Medicated what?
You know, Deb's listening.
Medicated ice caps.
Ooh, that might be interesting.
I make better ice caps than Tim Hortons, so
I don't like ice caps.
No offense. That's not saying much.
Well, that's true. Mine are healthier and
better
than
Starbucks too, Marcel.
Yeah, they are better than Starbucks. Although I do like a venti mocha frappuccino with no whipped topping.
See, I don't like the flavor of coffee, so you're not gonna, if you make me something, can you do I guess I could have an iced tea, like an iced tea.
No, I don't think you would.
Coffee's good.
I don't like
Yeah,
coffee.
yeah, but I'm not gonna put
I
a
love the
medicated
smell of
chocolate
coffee,
ice
but I
cream into
don't like the
somebody's
taste.
fucking tea
I love tea.
with a chocolate ice cream.
No, put some
No.
Coke in there. I have a float.
Oh, yeah, I could make oh yeah, root beer floats.
I love root beer floats. Oh, yeah. There you go. I forgot to
Yeah.
get fucking Orange Crush. I was gonna make some of that Orange Crush ice cream that I made a few months or like last summer.
Well, I can make milkshakes all the time, but
No, I was gonna make more ice cream
milkshake.
because I made creamsicle ice cream in my ice cream maker, and
Oh, yeah.
I put whatever I had at that point. I think it was the rosin that MJ sent me, and I
Oh,
put
yeah.
some of that in there. It was yummy.
Mm. I love
Creamsicle. I love the flavor of if I was going to get a cone, it would have chocolate ice cream on the bottom and orange sherbet on the top.
Yeah.
I love the flavor of the two.
No.
No,
I make chocolate or dark chocolate and orange chocolates.
I like that's what I
Yeah,
have.
I've had that from you, Marcel, and I do.
I just
like
had
those.
some dark
And
chocolate. I got it some
they
in the fridge.
They
were
taste
good.
very much like Terry's,
Yeah.
but they have a bit of a kick to them.
Do you make like speaking of cherries and chocolate, they are killing the cherry blossom. No more.
Who is?
Cadbury?
No, Hershey, isn't
Is
it?
it Hershey?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cherry blossoms. Oh yeah,
The cherry blossom.
I can make my own.
I am a glutton for Laura Secord cherry chocolates.
You can make
Oh, I love them.
I've gotten to a point where if it's something that I really like, I'll go and find a recipe or create it myself. Right. So I like Three Musketeers bars, but I don't like paying for Three Musketeers bars. But I can make a whole fucking tray of them and medicate them, and then I love Three Musketeers bars.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't mind them. But it's not. If I'm going to, I want something like a marshmallow and chocolate and stuff in them.
I've got a whole.
What do you call those?
I have a whole container full of chocolate covered marshmallows.
No, but what's
I
the
made
brand?
those last week.
Vivapuffs.
Oh, those are the cookie with the marshmallow and chocolate over it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I just take marshmallows, coat them in chocolate, medicated chocolate, and throw a few sprinkles on them.
Yeah.
But
what kind of sprinkles?
Well, colorful ones, just to keep them.
Okay, the colorful ones. Yeah.
Right. So I put them on the top so they don't stick to ones when I pile them all in there.
So this joint keeps going out. This mystery pre-roll.
I'm a big fan of Ganong's chocolate covered marshmallows, and the bulb.
They're all right.
They're hard to get.
Are they this marshmallow Santa Clauses?
Oh God, I love those.
They do those too. Yep.
That's Ganon. They're my favorites.
Yep. So I got tired of waiting for them to come in stock and stuff like that. So I finally said, no, fuck this. I'm going to start making my own. So I started playing with different marshmallows, Jet Puff stock, but No Name and the yellow bag are the best ones. Even better than Great Value.
The marshmallow, the covered dark chocolate covered marshmallow Christmas trees are pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Anything, all that Christmas marshmallow shit.
Yeah.
My family hates them. The only one that likes it's me.
And I
That wouldn't
actually
hurt
don't.
my feelings at all. Yeah.
When they're fresh, they're really good.
So you guys are making me hungry. I'm gonna have to go grab one now.
I know. I'm gonna have to go to the fridge and get some more chocolate.
Yeah.
Should we run a little thing and do that and go for a pee?
You keep your chocolate in the fridge?
Well, yeah, I like cold chocolate.
Oh.
Hey, Marcel.
I buy my chocolate in 25-pound boxes, so
no, I can't do that, dude. I'd be in the hospital in a day. I saw that they had dark chocolate for $1.29 from the yellow store, so I bought one, and it's really yummy. So cool. I've been just having squares here and there, but I need to lay off a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Excuse my
I figure I get enough chocolate with my ice cap, so I don't indulge a whole lot.
So we already did this.
What are you smoking?
Well, we know what Al's smoking.
What are you smoking, Darcy?
El Chapo.
Oh, cool.
El Chapo.
And Len's not smoking.
It'll be Government Oasis vape later.
Government Oasis.
Is that what it's called? Government Oasis?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're gonna come back. we're gonna go and watch a couple of things, and then we'll be back. And Marcel's got Darcy's grow segment.
I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about something.
You're not even talking.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Hi. Was that good for you?
Was that good for you?
Where'd everybody go?
We're gone. You said I'm taking a break, and they all took it off.
No, and I came out, and border security is on, and they got a whole crate full of hash.
Oh, I've seen that one, dude. I love that show.
Yeah. Chris is out there watching. I walk out, and I looked, and there's a big crate with all these big green bundles in it. I
Did
said,
you see the one they had?
Cannabis, and you cut it open, it's all blocks of hash, all in 500 gram blocks.
$200 million worth of cocaine was on her show not too long ago. Yeah. And it came through Canada, like through Toronto, I believe. Right? Yeah. Do they not watch those shows?
I don't know, man. Kind of makes you wonder about them.
Well,
some of them are just really stupid.
Some of the things that people say, and why lie?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
The last time I went down to the States was in the 90s, and I was asked if I'd ever been charged with a criminal offense in Canada before, or the U.S. And I said, yeah, I got in some trouble when I was a kid. And all of a sudden the form comes out and I have to go over there there. And I'm sitting there waiting, and Buddy comes out and he asks me a couple of questions. And I'm just sitting there playing my Nintendo Game Boy. And he comes out and he says, you know, we're going to get you going in a few minutes, but I want you to know you shouldn't have said anything. We can't check that stuff. He walked back in his office, said, here's your tickets and stuff. You can go now.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're underage.
I was 18, 19 years old. I was out with some friends. We did some stupid shit.
Oh, yeah?
You know? Didn't you?
What, do stupid shit or get caught?
Both. And, you know, that's what the judge said to me. Mr. Rapp, you need to find yourself a new career. You're not very good at it.
Well, then I obviously was, because I never got caught.
Well, you know, there you go. No, but it was seriously, it was stupid adolescent bullshit.
I did stupid adolescent bullshit, but I never got
I think
caught.
we all did. Did you do stupid adolescent bullshit, Len?
Well, yeah, like, but never got caught, I guess.
Did you ever jump on a train?
Yes.
No.
My sister almost lost her foot on jumping trains. We used to ride from Summerhill Station at Yonge Street over to DuPont, where my friends lived, and we'd hop the train.
We almost tried it once, but I was like, nah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, it's dangerous. We get moving pretty fucking quick.
I know, because what you do is you go to the container pier where they're not moving.
We're talking the 80s here, dude.
I'm talking the 70s and the 80s, Al.
Well, it's okay. So same time.
So we would go to the container pier down in the Eastern Passage, jump on the trains, and then jump off the train in the north end of Dartmouth. So we'd go through the entire city of Dartmouth.
Yeah, we didn't go that far, just from Yonge over to Bathurst, really. DuPont.
Yeah, no, we would travel.
But those were the days when you could do things like that. And I remember the first time, the first time.
Dale McCabe used to cross the bay on ice cakes to snowboard on the hill on the other side. Well, Dale McCabe, I used to do that in Halifax Harbor.
You used to be able to do that right in Lake Ontario Harbor.
Yeah, we used to go get on the ice cakes all the time.
Yeah, you used to be able to skate from the docks in Toronto over to the Toronto Island airport to the island, and you could skate through that river that goes through the island, and they would have ice sailing races in the harbor. You can't do that anymore.
Why not?
Well, because it doesn't freeze.
Oh, it didn't freeze.
It doesn't freeze like it used to. I mean, the lake here doesn't even freeze hardly.
Well, that's global warming.
No, there's no such thing.
Oh. Well, actually, it's global cooling, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Now they're saying that the core of the Earth isn't moving the direction that they thought it was moving.
Hey, here's a question. Nope, here's a question. I read a flat earther thing the other day and it made me chuckle.
Okay. Oh, I got a flat earth one for you too.
If the earth is spinning at this fucking 32,000 kilometers an hour, whatever it is, it spins around.
There's 33 RPM is what it is.
Why don't planes see the earth spinning?
Why don't they see them? Why don't they see the earth spinning?
Planes aren't that high.
Oh,
you do see the sky turning. You do see the sky going by.
Well, obviously something is going on because I was sitting outside the other night and that star that was above my head now was way over there.
Have you seen all that? The planet alignment?
Oh no, because we live. The flat Earth people say we live under a big dome, and the sun is just
the dome.
No, where the Earth is flat, it's under a big dome, and the sun is a giant light bulb that stretches across the entire dome every night. So, my question is, when does the light bulb get changed? How long does it last? And who's got the fucking job to change the light bulb?
Some guy named Quan.
Some guy named Quan.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm assuming flat Earth people don't believe in the moon landing.
Oh, I don't believe in the moon landing, and I think the Earth is round.
Yeah, really? We've just had two vessels land on the moon this week, and another one.
I'm talking about the original Kubrick moon landing.
So we sat in the convention room at school for nothing, is what you're saying.
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh fuck yeah!
Okay, all right. So
here we go. Another conspiracy theory by Marcel Genac.
Nope.
All right. Well, no, but you don't believe there's like there's base station
only
or
facts.
people up there caught?
How about
Only
facts?
Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts.
In the 1960s, we had the
FAX.
technology. We had the technology to put men into a rocket.
And the
send
$6
them-
million man on the street again.
Yeah. No, that was in the 60s. But we had the technology computer-wise when we don't have the technology to get people there now. So what happened to the technology?
The Russians took it.
The aliens took it back.
Nobody's ever been there.
What do you mean we don't have the technology to go there?
We may have the technology now.
For the first crew to go out there and start inhabiting. The China has been there for about 3 months now already.
Right. The flat earthers say we can't get there because of the firmament. Right. So you hit the ceiling on the big dome and you blow up.
Hit the ceiling, hit the big
why
dome.
that show is so big.
Well, yeah. Right. So there was no way we had the technology in the 60s to get people on the moon and have that shuttle that they landed on the moon that somehow had a camera there showing
So
it.
Russia didn't go to the moon either before us.
No.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Russia didn't say they went to the moon before us. Right? Got to remember, this was during a space race. This was when Americans were trying to, I guess, create the most patriotism possible through propaganda. Russia was doing the same thing, right? That was the entire Cold War. And what was the one thing that would show dominance to the rest of the world? Getting to the moon first.
Tesla coil.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Desperate.
it was a matter of
Tesla coil at the Ontario Science Center was fucking cool back in the day, I tell you.
Okay,
and
so
that machine, coffee.
When did live streaming come available?
2001.
How did they live stream the moon landing in the 60s?
It was by radio waves.
Yep. Yeah, it worked great. How'd the camera get there before the shuttle or the capsule?
You'd have to ask Alan, what's his name?
How come there's pictures of them standing around the capsule with their helmets off?
Yeah. I've seen all the movies about it and stuff too, Marcel.
I know, it's fun, man. It's fun. It's look.
Lay down, please.
If you can believe about half of what you see, right? And you've been conditioned to believe all of it over the years. But now people like me come in and throw a wrench into your thinking.
No, I'll throw a wrench right at you, but I'll throw it right back.
Darcy, you want to do your grow segment now?
I don't have a wrench. I have a fork. Hold on.
Keep talking. Give me about another 10 minutes to finish rolling here.
Well, then
so you have a bunch of attention.
Let's play your promo video then.
I'll just play this video, dude. He can say what he wants to say after.
It's only like 3 minutes long.
All right. I have to find it.
No, I've got it. Just add me to the screen.
No, I can't find Darcy's thing. Here we are.
This is how to grow the weed.
What am I talking about, Marcel?
Just add me, Al.
Go with the flow. Go with the flow, Darcy. Go with the flow.
Well, I learned a very valuable lesson. Oh, yeah, Marcel's playing something.
The journey of a cannabis plant from a small seed to a mature, flower-laden marvel is a captivating process. Understanding the different stages of this cycle is crucial for any grower. The journey begins with a tiny seed. packed with the potential for life. Germination is the first milestone in a cannabis plant's life. This magical process begins when the seed is given moisture and warmth. The seed absorbs the water, and the outer shell cracks open. A tiny root called the radicle emerges first, anchoring the seedling into the growing medium. Soon after, the first shoot, known as the hypocotyl, pushes its way upwards, seeking sunlight. With the appearance of the first set of serrated leaves, the seedling officially enters the next stage of its life cycle. This stage is where the plant truly begins its journey towards becoming the majestic cannabis plant. The seedling stage is a delicate period in a cannabis plant's life. The young plant is fragile and needs careful attention. During this stage, the focus is on developing a strong root system and healthy foliage. The seedling will initially sprout a pair of rounded leaves, known as cotyledons. These leaves are the plant's first source of energy, using sunlight to kickstart photosynthesis. Soon, the iconic fan leaves, with their distinctive serrated edges, will begin to develop. These leaves are crucial for absorbing light and converting it into energy. As the plant matures, it will continue to grow taller and produce more leaves. The vegetative stage is where the cannabis plant experiences explosive growth. It's like a teenager hitting a growth spurt, stretching towards the sky and expanding its foliage. This phase is all about gaining size and strength, preparing for the crucial flowering stage. The plant's stem becomes thicker, providing support for its increasing height and weight. The leaves grow larger and more numerous, maximizing the plant's ability to absorb light for photosynthesis. During this period, the plant needs plenty of light, water, and nutrients to support its rapid development. Providing the right balance of nutrients, particularly nitrogen, is essential for healthy vegetative growth. It's also a good time to begin training the plant's shape if desired, using techniques like topping or low-stress training. The goal is to create a bushy and robust plant structure. The flowering stage is the culmination of the cannabis plant's life cycle, the grand finale where it finally reveals its true purpose. Triggered by changes in the light cycle, this stage is where the plant shifts its energy from growing tall to producing flowers, the coveted buds. Instead of focusing on leaf and stem growth, the plant now dedicates its resources to developing resinous buds. These buds are the flowers of the cannabis plant, and they contain the highest concentration of cannabinoids such as THC and CBD. The flowering phase is when the plant sex becomes apparent. Female plants produce the desirable buds, while male plants produce pollen sacs. It's crucial to identify and separate males early to prevent pollination, which can reduce the quality and yield of the female plants.
Ta-da.
Now explain what you did there. Marcel.
I'm being nervous.
Did you make that with that program?
That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah.
Yes. So the other morning, I put in simple request. I said, make me a video showing from seed to flower of a cannabis plant. And that's all I put in, and that's what it gave me back.
Well, that was good, except for the picture of the coca plant.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I can. So the program, you saw all of the copyrights on there for all of the pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if you pay for it, it lists those.
I can get all those watermarks removed if I pay for the program.
Well, basically, once you pay for it pays your copyright.
Yeah, that's what it does. You're buying the license for it. But at the same time, I can also upload my own images and video files and create a video that way using those, my own stuff, and not have that.
You're still going to get the flashing thing there of the name of the app and that, unless you pay for it. Yeah.
The NVideo app. Yeah.
Yeah.
What AI are you?
It's really interesting.
It's called NVideo.
Jess is been playing with I guess Chat GBT.
Yep, that's her new boyfriend.
She Yeah, she got her new boyfriend. That's where I was going. Yeah, it's safer for her, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And I'm with Dale. I can't wait till the end of June. So Darcy, was that along the lines of what you want to talk about?
May. What's
Well, I
that?
want to talk about just your seedling stage, because you're starting your clones, or you're getting ready to start your plants for your spring, which is getting to that time. If you want clones off them, actually, you want to have them going by now if you want clones off them, because you got 45 days before you can sex your plants. That puts you in the middle of April.
Start things like sunflowers and things like that.
Well, see, I'm going to start a bunch of my dahlias here and stuff on Monday when I'm just waiting to get I'm waiting for a greenhouse.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not impressed with my greenhouse.
Well,
good luck. Good luck to you.
Mine, I don't want it for really growing cannabis in per se. I want it for starting flowers.
I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna have some in my greenhouse this year, and some not in the greenhouse because I've got my license again. So we're gonna go for it this year.
I'm gonna go grow all mine outdoors in big pots and a big fenced-in enclosure, guarded by a big nasty dog that doesn't like people.
Pretty much the same, yes.
Yep.
I've got Rosa's lead will reach right to all around.
Oh, and now that I've got a little bit of yard work done and straightened out, I have a clear shot from my window through my entire.
You've already started doing yard work. Holy dude, I've still got 3 feet of fucking snow in my backyard.
I ain't got to drop anymore.
You what?
No,
ours is all gone.
Wow, it's starting to melt. My car's still only half covered now.
We were plus 11 here last night.
It's going into the single digits here as well, but at night, like it's let's see what it is. It's -2 and -13. So split that difference about -10.
Yeah. So you want to? So where's Lenny at?
-6 right now. Where's what?
Here. Oh, my God. Sorry.
Here, just hang on, Lenny. I'm going to play us another video.
Are we going to do Ask the Pharmacist again this week?
Maybe.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. But no, Al, I want to talk a little bit about seedlings. So did you start anything yet, Al?
No, and I'll explain what's going on to you after the show.
Oh, okay. Well, I started some.
I'm going to do clones. Let's just say that.
Okay. Well, I started some seeds and I fucked some of them up.
Already?
Well, yeah, I was used. So I changed. I didn't have my pH meter, and I know the water in my fish tank is the proper pH. Well, guess what? It may be the proper pH, but she's hot.
Oh, the water's warmer than it should be.
No, it's hot, meaning like nutrients hot.
Oh.
Well, Marcel, I tested that soil with that meter.
And?
What do you think? What do you think the ppms of that fucking soil is?
Which soil?
In them little cups that I showed you today.
Oh, you metered those?
Yeah.
You know what? We have no idea.
They're going to be
you're
high
talking about.
because the amount of burn that's happening on them.
You were talking about seedlings. Now you're talking about water and.
No. So what we're talking about, Al, is the little seedlings that I was just talking about that I fed the fish tank water to.
Yeah.
The nutrients level, and I couldn't read the nutrients level because all my stuff was put away. So I changed my fish tank waters, and then right away, about an hour after I changed my fish tank water, I just scooped some water out of it, checked it with a pH strip. pH was in where I wanted it, so I said, perfect, that's fine. Went over, watered my cocoa with it, put my little seedlings in there. They started growing great. And about 4 days later, I looked at them. They don't look so great. What's going on here? And then the next day they got worse, and the day after that they got even way worse. And now, I did all that myself. Now I fucking took my meter that I have because I dug my meter out because I said I gotta dig that meter out. Dug it out, stuck it in the soil or in my cocoa mix, and
just took off.
Woo.
How high?
How high do you think that was, Marcel?
800.
So hey, you're talking
That's
about
close.
fish stuff, Darcy.
Yes, the fish tank water. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw the video that I posted on my wall about this little gadget here. It's a DIY thing.
Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
You should do something like that. It's just a few seconds. Let's watch this.
But when your plants are bigger, awesome.
Keeping fish in a mineral water bottle can really be addictive. Today, I used a large mineral water bottle again. I converted it into a one-click water change system. It's now an ecological fish tank with one-click waste discharge. Don't throw away the dirty water that comes out. Pour it on the flowers. This is natural fertilizer. This time, I have set everything up for you. A 9-liter mineral water bottle, a base, a water pipe with a faucet, and a set of brackets. Among them, the top of the mineral water bottle has already been cut for you. Installation is very convenient. First, assemble the brackets. Then attach the tray. Next, place the mineral water bottle upside down inside. Then, screw in the faucet with the switch. Next, install the drain pipe as well. Pour volcanic rock at the bottom to cultivate nitrifying bacteria. Then place a water plant. Create some aquascaping inside. Also, place a few water plants on the surface to purify the water. Then add some little fish that you like.
Marcel, fucking goldfish.
Yep. Now, okay, so I played that on the Hi Guys the other day as well, and I really think that's an awesome idea. But is it something that will really work?
Yes, it is something that really works, but you're definitely going to overfeed all of your fucking plants if you don't water that shit down.
Yep.
Because that's literally shit. She's drawing this shit from the bottom of that tank. Right?
Yes.
So think of a compost tea is what she's got.
And they can take it from the bottom, not the top.
Right. She's taking it from the bottom, so she's getting all of the shit.
Concentrate. Yeah.
Right. So where Darcy took his water from probably midway tank, lower bottom.
Actually, I took it out of my filter, Marcel.
Oh, even better. So it's filtered water, and he still ended up with over 800 parts per million.
844 to be exact.
What do
that
you do
woman
to cut
dumped
that
in there
down?
was like 1,500, maybe more parts per million. Way
What
too
do you
many
do to cut
nutrients.
that down? Just you water it down?
Dilute
Add
it.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Add water. Add water, and if you're going to use an aquaponic system, you've got to have meters to check what your nutrient level is before you go and feed your fucking plants.
Oh, definitely.
Especially when you're dealing with carp type fish like goldfish that
They shit a lot.
do nothing
I
but
learned a
shit.
lot.
Right?
Yeah, Marcel taught me a lot about goldfish. He said, "You'll learn. Just wait and see. You'll learn."
Yeah. Did you learn your lesson, Darcy?
Guess what? I learned the fucking they grow like they grow like weeds.
Yep.
I had these 5 little fucking tiny goldfish back in August, and it is March now, and that fucking thing in there is 6-7 inches, Marcel.
Let's just say he's got a couple in there that would make a good meal because you could get enough fillets off.
Suckers ever grow.
Yeah.
And I only feed them really once. I feed them really once a day. I give them a treat every now and then, but they get fed once a day. I felt like only feeding them once a week just to cut them back, but that ain't gonna help the small feller in there.
Yeah.
And he won't get much bigger than what he is because he's a fancy goldfish. So
Small fart. I used to have goldfish, but they kept dying. Then I tried beta. My an old buddy that I got pot from years ago had his whole living room full of exotic fish, including piranhas. and they would literally just sit there and get stoned and feed the piranhas goldfish.
When I lived in PEI, Al, I had 21 aquariums set up in my house with freshwater and saltwater tanks, and I was selling fish to the local pet store because I was breeding them. I love.
So you had a fish mill.
Yeah, I had a fish mill. I was selling angelfish, and then I've had saltwater aquariums and things like that, and then I stopped. And when I stopped, I realized how much money I was fucking saving because that shit is not cheap.
Nope, she's expensive.
And
you know what? I'm not. I just know I'm not into fish. No, I like big fish. You know, I like going to the aquarium. I was with you. You know, I enjoy that. But I'm not. No, I rather watch a squid float around than a goldfish in a bowl or a beta.
Okay, so betas are nice because they're betas are a lazy person fish. Right?
Yeah, and they don't last long.
Well, no, they will. The problem is most people don't know how to keep betas.
Most people overfeed them, is what it is.
Overfeed them and change the water too often.
Or
betas are a ditch fish. They live in stagnant ponds and things like that. Right? So, and they have to be kept alone unless you want to breed them, and then you've got to follow a certain pattern to get them to breed. But they're meant to be left alone in water that doesn't flow, right? Basically a goldfish bowl for a month, and then change half the water. And then your fish will live here forever.
That's kind of cool. This is new.
That was our previous.
But yeah, so no, Al. So, anyways, you're a son of a bitch slut.
What did you do, Carla? Carla?
Did you just roll over some poop?
No, I just fucking had a card full of weed here, about 10 grams of weed all busted up, and I just spilled it all on my goddamn lap.
So you're the slut.
Because
at least you can't just. At least you're not able to just jump up and go, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Wait now, because Marcel what?
Because Marcel made these delicious gummies. Lenny, you should try these gummies. They're only tiny, but they're fucking potent. There's 300 milligrams in that little tiny son of a bitch, and it's half. It's like 4 times less the size of the fucking normal size gummy. The big fellas have 1250 in them, and they're strong. Holy shit!
You're a pussy.
I'm not a pussy. I like to be able to not to drool on myself. I do enough of that when I'm sleeping.
Let's just say that's not something that I'm in a habit of doing. Making anything that fucking strong, because it's just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I have a question for the pharmacist.
Yeah.
I have a lump between my legs. Can you have a look at it?
No.
he had a lump between his legs, and now it's gone, and he wants to know where it went.
Sorry, man.
It happened over the last couple years during the woke movement.
But anybody who's listening, if you do have a serious question for a pharmacist, we have one.
No, I don't know about that.
You don't consider.
Okay, he doesn't want serious. No, he doesn't want serious questions.
Oh,
no, it's just you got to watch what you say.
No, I realize. Yeah,
we're not giving medical advice. We're just telling you you're an idiot.
Don't do that. Do you get people who know you're a pharmacist that continuously walk up and goes, "Hey, dude, do I need to worry about this?"
Not really. No.
No, your friends don't do that to you.
Not really.
No,
Your
they have
wife
a
wouldn't do it. Your wife is a pharmacist as well, right?
Yeah, so she won't.
So she wouldn't do it. But you guys must compare notes. That would be an interesting conversation. What do you think of this new pill, number 1133222, sweetie?
To be honest, we don't really talk about stuff like that.
No. Did you guys study together? Or
No,
different?
but I used her notes to study.
Oh.
So you cheated off her, is what you're saying?
No, I let her do all the work in class, and I used her notes.
So you cheated off her, is what you're saying? So she actually got the higher
Tune in
mark.
next week as
No,
Lenny loses his license.
Tune in next week when we have Tara on.
No, she'll tell you this. You can ask her. I did better than her in school.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Rewrite her notes?
No, I just used her notes a lot. That's all. I sometimes didn't go to class.
Well, that's understandable.
I went mostly, but sometimes I didn't really take notes. And
I had a note taker in college. That didn't help. I think they were worse dyslexic than I am.
to be honest, I probably part of my studying was probably like taking her notes and rewriting them out. Like I like writing when I'm studying.
But you take a lot of upgraded stuff. You upgrade yourself, right? You're not just sitting there.
Oh yeah,
like
no, I've done a
older
lot.
doctors, pill doctors.
I've done a lot more than many.
Yeah, I recently had a nurse say to me, there are awesome courses out there about cannabis, about other things about cannabis that are available to medical personnel. But the older generation want nothing to do with it. And the younger generation think that they know everything, so they don't take it.
Yeah.
So, and that was coming from a nurse.
And doctors only know what the pharmaceutical
Well,
companies
they're
have taught them.
practitioners. They practice what they've been taught.
But very few doctors practice medicine. Most doctors practice pharmaceuticals.
My dad did a lot of tests and things like that. He started that whole light therapy thing, and
did it work?
I don't know. I've never done light therapy. I hear it works.
Yeah.
But he
Some
would
people
do.
about it.
He was a specialist in behavior modification, so he would have a patient who had a spider phobia. So he had a pet spider, and he would bring the pet spider to the office, and they would play with it in the office and get her used to spiders to get rid of that arachnophobia thing, right? Because some people have phobias that are so debilitating that they need help dealing with them, right?
So did your dad work? So did your dad work with the MK Ultra guys? Because they were doing behavior modification.
I don't know. My dad was at Sunnybrook for a long time. He was one of the administrators at Whitby Psych.
Yeah, he probably was then.
So maybe. I mean, he knew Henry Morgenthaler, and
but now wait, you were
and
a doctor,
the guy, Quincy, the TV show Quincy.
Yeah,
that was factored after the coroner in Toronto, the Toronto coroner, the chief coroner in Toronto. That was fictitiously factored around him. The story.
You were adopted.
Both my sister and I, yes.
Okay. So is your sister your actual biological sister?
No. Although you might think so because we both have curly hair.
Yeah. I mean, because I've seen some resemblance between you, but not
no.
enough.
There's no genetics there at all. No, I have no knowledge of any genetics in me.
In you? What about her? Does she have any inkling of who her birth parents?
She met her birth mother, had a relationship with her and her half sisters for a little while. That didn't continue. She tried to meet her father. He said yes, and then eventually he got scared and said no and broke all contact. So I have no desire to inflict myself with that much pain. because I saw the pain that it caused her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
I can understand it.
Yeah. I mean, do I wonder? Of course. I think anybody who's adopted wonders. I have two cousins that were adopted the same way that my sister and I, that actually could have been my brother and sister if my parents had wanted another two children. Yeah. But now they are cousins, not brother and sister. But I'm happy to say that I am still very close with my sister. So
good.
Yeah. I'm going to see her soon.
I was thinking about you two there today, and I was trying to remember if you were actually blood related brother and sister or just adopted brother.
You'd think, but no. No.
Cool.
Yeah. Sharon, I was born at Mount Sinai. Sharon was born across the street at Toronto General or Montreal. We're not sure.
Oh,
about that. Yeah.
Cool.
I can hear my
And you
cat.
want to watch another video?
Sure. Let's go for it.
Your video?
Well, no. What I did is I sent my brother a message, and this is how I got into this in video thing. Is I sent my brother a message, and it was just, I've got a great idea for a movie. Somebody should do this. And I just gave him a premise for a really good movie. He said, just a minute. And this is what he came back with. So add me to the stage. And
hit full screen.
Make it full screen.
And then hit play. No.
Yeah.
A new age dawned. Technology promised. The world embraced 6G blazing speed, instant connections, a new age dawned. Technology promised to unite us. It almost did. Then came the symptoms: headaches, fever, rage. Only those vaccinated in the last 20 years were affected. The virus, a silent passenger in the vaccines, was triggered by 6G frequencies. It began in cities, millions connected to the new network. Then the screams started. Vaccinated individuals transformed, no longer human, consumed by pure, unadulterated rage. They attacked anyone, friend or family, it didn't matter. Their only goal, destruction. Hospitals overflowed, police were outmatched, civilization crumbled in hours. Cities became death traps, skyscrapers burned, streets ran red, survivors fled to the countryside, seeking refuge from the infected hordes. Trust shattered, neighbors turned on each other. Was it the vaccine or the person next to you? Fear became the new currency. Rumors spread like wildfire. Governments overwhelmed could offer no help. Humanity was on its own. The fight for survival had begun. In the face of annihilation, pockets of resistance emerged. Scientists, cut off from their labs, worked tirelessly to find a cure. Ordinary people, armed with courage and desperation, fought to protect their loved ones. Every day was a struggle for survival. The world as we knew it was gone, replaced by a terrifying new reality. But even in the darkest hours, hope flickered. The human spirit, though battered, refused to be extinguished. The fight against the rage had just begun.
There.
That's your movie?
So that was my movie. All I said was, I have a great idea for a movie that somebody should do. And that's a zombie apocalypse.
He's not used to it.
That's hash. So yeah, a zombie apocalypse movie, but instead of eating people, 6G affects anybody that's been vaccinated in the last 20 years and turns them into a murderous rage. And 30 minutes later, that's what InVideo gave us for a movie.
Brains.
Fucking awesome. It's a cool program. And like Tamara says, it's hilarious. Right? The premise of the movie is good, but the video coming out makes it even better. So maybe we'll just come out with a full-length feature movie and scare the bejesus out of everybody.
All right. So, question. Key Western.
1,000 grams.
How many seconds? How many minutes is 420 seconds?
7.
Yes.
Is this like a test?
Yeah, like, what's this?
Yeah. In 2 or 3 days, we're going to have to make some decisions
on
who we want running our country.
We don't actually get to make the decision.
Wait, now,
No. I understand
420 seconds. I'm still at 420 seconds. The math question.
that was. We're already on to the next chapter. Come on, follow along. What I'm getting at.
So you just needed to know how many minutes were 420 seconds.
No, I just blurted it out. What I want to know is we have a choice to make soon. We're going to have a new Liberal leader, which means Trudeau is out, and we have to vote for somebody. So what I'm getting at is, hold on and let me finish, please.
Let him finish.
Okay.
What I'm getting at is, out of the people that we have to choose from, not this vote coming up, because I know we're not involved in that. That's the party choosing the leader.
Yeah, correct.
But once the party's chosen the leader, who do we have to choose from? And why would we want to vote for them on a cannabis level? I don't give a fuck about their politics. What I care about is what they care about with cannabis, and if they're going to be true to their fucking word or not. And I'm hearing not one of them is stand up enough to be honest about it.
Well, here's what all I know is what I've spoken to my local MPs. You'll never see the Conservatives come out and wave the fucking green flag. But what they told me is, or he told me, and plus he was with another MP, is they are on the committee file of the cannabis file, and the agreed upon is excise tax just goes to a flat 10% would be their play.
But what I'm getting at
other than that, that's all they really had planned.
But
from a person point of view, not from a corporate point of view, from a person that wants to buy weed or use it medically, who should we be choosing?
There's nobody, and there's a reason for this. And nobody's talking about it because nobody's going to change anything with cannabis when there's other things on the table that they can use for points. So
nobody's going to use it for their riding, for their.
Why would they? They've got fucking carbon tax, tariffs, war, right?
Yeah.
So this is so far down on the burner, none of them want to talk about it. But we're not getting an election right away, right? There's no guarantee that we're getting an election.
Well, even if they do, or in October, either way. But no,
yeah. So who becomes prime minister once this decision make? Is this the new leader?
Very likely, the new leader, and very likely the guy that's never been fucking elected.
Yeah. But to your answer though, Al.
Yeah.
If the Conservatives get in, their thoughts were, and this is only industry related, that there's too many cannabis companies struggling because of the high excise duty tax.
Okay.
They would drop it to 10% just to stabilize the industry.
Which would help the industry. Yeah.
Yeah, it got nothing to do with medical. It's no I'm just saying.
I got to correct Robert on something here though, because Robert won't vote for conservative idiot. He's just a Trump puppet. And the thing is Mr. Polyev is
respectfully disagree.
Yeah, he's been doing this a hell of a lot longer than Trump has ever been even thinking about politics. Yeah, I'd say that he would be the opposite of the Trump puppet.
No, they have a lot of commonalities, like as far as like thoughts on policies. But he's got a lot more.
Polyev's had them a lot longer.
No, but he's got more common sense than Donald Trump.
Yes. Oh yeah, definitely.
Is there any truth to any of the parties reversing the whole cannabis thing?
No, that's bullshit. No
No.
one's doing that. That's a lie. That's
Well, that's
That's
something that people need to know.
But
yeah, but
why,
no
who's going to
one's.
tell them? Because
We
the
are.
politicians aren't going to tell them.
We just told them.
Well,
All
no,
right, we
but
told them.
no one's ever hinted that they're removing it. Like I don't know where this. Like you might
Yeah,
get the
I-
odd MP that's like not. Oh, I'm not into cannabis, but they're not out there polling or.
Well, at this point, I don't
propaganda.
think they can. Really
No, it's
make
too big.
change.
It's.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say too big to fail. Well, actually, it is too big to fail. It is too big and it's failing. But
Yeah.
But,
It's failing because it's too big.
well, no, it's like put it this way: it's pretty hard for any industry to work when you're talking anywhere from 20 to 40% tax on your product.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's a start right there, right? For the legal industry. So,
Just hang on a second. I'll just take a quick peek.
no, there's so many there's so many businesses, a lot of jobs in cannabis in Canada too, right? Like who's going to want to say we're shutting it down and get everybody unemployed again?
Well, a struggling company doesn't have much choice, right?
Oh no, but that's why the conservatives basically and the liberals. To be honest, someday the liberals, I assume, will make it 10%.
There are companies in the state that are having a hard time, and they're in receivership? High Times is up for sale. All of the assets are for sale under court order.
Well, some of the states have very high tax as well down there, I believe. Like
So,
it's got too much tax and regulation versus alcohol.
According to Robert Roy, Polyev wants to invest the Canadian pension fund into the crypto market. Well,
No,
sorry
he
to
doesn't.
say, Mr. Trudeau's already spent the pension fund.
Well, no. All Polyev ever said. No. All Polyev ever said was the government really shouldn't be involved in regulating cryptocurrency. That's all he ever really said, and then it got twisted up a bit. But whatever, people can.
They're using that in the commercials, though. They're using stuff like that in commercials.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
And Robert's got the right point. I hate that font you put up there, Al.
Be right back. You know what? I'm not liking it either. I'll change it.
Yeah, I can't read it either. Is that Robert Roy or Robert Ray? I can't
read
Robert Roy. But he says you can vote for anyone you want.
Oh, 100%.
Just his 2 cents. And I agree. And that's what voting is. Everybody can vote for who they want and for whatever reason you want, regardless of what anybody thinks or tells you.
So here's I will tell everyone I will vote conservative because I am not happy with the last 10 years of the Liberal government. I actually voted for Trudeau in 2015. I can't remember if I think I may have went. No, I don't think I worked. I can't remember if it was the last election or not. Like I'm not a bleeding blue guy and I'm not a bleeding red guy. I believe if you're doing a good job, you get my vote. If I'm not happy with your job, I vote the other guy. And no offense to the NDP people, I'm not voting for them. They're a little too out there right now.
Yeah, the NDP.
It's not Jack Layton's NDP.
No, I don't think the NDP are actually going to be a party come the next election.
I could see them actually joining the Liberals at some point. To be honest,
I thought they already had.
Well, they've really merged. Like it's funny. They really
merged a lot.
Yeah. Well, they basically were the party the last 4 years.
But yeah, I think I'll give credit where credit's due. Jagmeet did the right thing by doing a coalition. He did stupid things because first thing, if you were getting a coalition, you'd get a fucking cabinet seat, right? In that cabinet, not yeah, okay, you sit over there with your people. But he was able to get a few of his wants or his party's wants and needs through.
And his party's wants and needs are stupid.
Yeah, but he was able to get it done for his party, and all he had to do was bend over and take it, I guess.
Yeah, but all he had to say, like, here's the problem. I would hate him. He would go in there, and this is why you suck. This is why you suck. then they go to a vote, and he would just vote for the Liberals anyway. Like, just
And
if he wouldn't, if
Robert
he just
said-
would have shut his mouth, he'd be all right.
NDP will never get in with their current leader, and
No,
either will the
Robert's
Green
right.
Party. The Green Party won't do it either.
I didn't realize she was an alcoholic.
Oh man,
Or Pier-
she's
Anyways, guys, back to my original question.
Yeah, cannabis. Nothing's really going to change, Al.
Nothing's changing now.
All right.
You can rest.
The only
rest
thing
easy for a bit.
The only thing that will eventually change is a tax reform.
And that's not going to affect you much because it'll be if it can be saved somewhere else, and somebody's just going to turn it into profit.
Well, I'm hoping once I get a mother going, it won't affect me at all. So
the only thing I've seen recently that's related to anything close to medical is they keep doing these reach outs about natural health products containing CBD going into pharmacies. That's about the only thing I've seen.
Really?
And then it's CBD distillate. Hey, on the bright side, cannabis related.
Yes, you should talk about what you told me, Marcel.
I'm about to do that now, Darcy.
Jeez, Darcy, calm down, buddy.
Oh, I was going to eat my chips.
Our little friend Sophie, who I got to meet for the first time at the Harvest Fest a couple years ago, who has a lot of conditions.
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
All right. Well, Kaylee was on our show, wasn't she? Yeah.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. Anyways, they Make-A-Wish Foundation, of course, does all kinds of good things, and they could have a trip to Disney.
Ooh, I saw that.
Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
The problem is,
hey, buddy,
Sophie needs CBD, and
really,
her CBD comes from Aqualitas, and it's a deal that they have with Aqualitas that she gets this specific formulation, and this is what she's been on, and she's been doing extremely well on it. But you can't take a controlled substance across the border. So what they did is they applied to the Department of Justice.
Oh,
in
you
the
want
United
that
States.
Did it actually work?
And they got a letter from the Department of Justice as well as contact with the DEA for them to be able to take this medication with them to Florida for Disney. And if they're stopped at any time being hassled because they have this product at any of the airports or anything like that, they have a direct line to the DEA. Who's going to make sure that it's corrected and they can go through with their medication. So
sounds cool. Never heard of that before, but sounds cool.
That's awesome.
As bad as everybody thinks governments are, sometimes they can pull through a fucking brainer, right?
Well, I mean, the other alternative is just to mail some down and hope that it's there when they get there.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what the rest of us do.
I'm sure that they could contact somebody who makes stuff that could make that formula for them in the States.
I could have probably set them up with a contact to have a formulation done, but wouldn't it be better to have permission?
Yes, it would. Of course.
Then they have their permission.
Yeah. Well, that's just fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think it's great. All the power to them. And the kids.
I remember
that way
when
should be able to enjoy Disney.
We've had a lot of parents on who have kids who use cannabis over the last how many years we've been doing this, and Haley, and they used to just do it, but now to get permission to do it, it's a big step.
I mean, we had all the battles at the beginning. I mean, pre-2012, getting kids cannabis legally was fucking hard. And I mean, some to the point where they actually had to get the health minister involved.
Well,
to sign papers.
Cheryl is still fighting for Haley.
Right.
You know.
But Haley's an adult now.
Yes, she is.
Right.
We've
So,
watched her grow right up.
Right. It's a little different. But you look at some of the ones that we've had on that you know are 3 years old with a license from Health Canada, but they had to jump through every hoop in the world to get that license.
And Justin did the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, in the States, there's been a lot of kids in the States that you know, we've seen stories on CNN about with Sanjay Gupta.
Marcel, when I was 17, turning 18, when I got hurt, I was the first patient that my doctor had that she ever prescribed cannabis to. But I had to go through a million hoops to get there, though.
Yeah.
I had to take fucking 8 different types of medication and go through all this other stuff just before I could even attempt to use it.
Yeah. And it hasn't gotten any better for medical side. Actually, if anything, it's gotten worse because of legalization.
Well, I can't say it's gotten worse, but because it's available.
I can.
There was many years when I had no access to anything. At least now I have access to something.
I'm talking about legal prescriptions.
Okay.
Right? So it's harder now to get legal prescription than it was pre-legalization. Because now the doctors just tell you go to the liquor store. Go get it.
Well,
help yourself.
Are you able to sign yet, Len? Are you able to sign a document prescribing cannabis? I mean, you can prescribe some
There's
things,
a
right?
lot of clinics that I can't do cannabis.
Darcy,
but
you're driving
there's so
me
many
nuts.
clinics.
Well, sorry, Al.
There's all kinds of clinics online that'll do it now.
Oh yes, there is. Yes, but I mean, that's quasi legal.
Well, you got
no, it's legal. No, you shouldn't have to.
Oh, they do.
No, you shouldn't have to, but you've been having to pay for it for many years now. If you,
I can tell you.
Even though I can go to my doctor and get her to sign it, and so why can't you? Right?
The ones doing it online legally aren't doing it for free.
No, they're not.
No,
but
they're billing your pharmacare, your provincial pharmacare.
Yeah, they're doing OHIP. Like that's what Dr. Ira Price was fighting for back in the day, was to be able to bill OHIP for prescribing cannabis. And he won that one, you know. So
as I say, there's good ones and bad ones, 100%. But
oh yeah. I've met a few bad ones and I've met a lot of good ones, you know.
Oh,
who just left?
You guys, me.
Oh, the little video thing.
Yeah, I got it out of there because I realized if I got it out of there, I could make you guys bigger. And
I think the only thing positive is there's definitely a little bit less stigma socially around cannabis, but it's but the laws they haven't updated any of the laws really. Like it's very chicken shit what they've done in 8 years.
But there's lots
very
of loopholes,
small,
right? There's still lots of loopholes that people are finding.
Like what?
I don't know.
I'm not sure if I follow.
I'm trying to be smart. Come on, help a guy
out. well, unless you got examples, you're not helping it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what loopholes you're talking about.
I don't know. Just making conversation.
Like the simplest ways to fix certain things is medical cannabis to be 100% tax free.
Yeah, I don't ever
allow. I think I just don't know when.
I can't even get my fucking stabbers to be covered. I'm
little
going
bit
to get
lower.
bought to get covered. You know?
Hey,
Oh, yeah, I
now
don't think you're going to see cannabis ever covered.
Yeah, it's not going to be covered.
I know,
That-
and I don't want to name names, but there are a few people, one who has passed away, who actually forced ODSP to pay for their prescription every month.
Oh, so
And
the rare case, like
there are a few, and two of them were in Toronto that I knew.
But to be
some people
public
have
policy
done
that
that.
it's
WCB has done it. The military does it.
Well,
The military does it
The
through
reason we
Blue
haven't
Cross.
heard about it is because the people that have been granted that have also been granted an NDA, and they can't say anything.
Right.
So
I
which
don't think it makes
have
sense.
generalized cover.
what was Lens having? Somebody's playing video games at Lens, obviously.
It's probably Lenny.
I'm not playing
Watching a
video games.
movie.
No, I'm looking
All-
at the TV in the background.
All the kids are home, and they're all sucking up the bandwidth. So Lens.
No,
like
no,
Mac-
one of them at the casino winning money.
Oh yeah, that's right. She's at the casino.
So okay, we're almost
spending
done here.
One is at Julie's in Halifax, bragging how much she made off of $10, and
Hey.
the other one probably is sucking up the web.
All right, I got one for you. This is kind of been thinking about this all day. Have they started putting the U.S. liquor back into the stores yet? Or is that
No,
still
and they're
taken
not
out?
going to be. They've already said, the LCBO anyways has said that they will not be replacing the U.S. liquor.
Houston said
Okay.
the same thing, I'm pretty sure, Marcel.
This is going to be the biggest scam in the fucking world. You wait and see, because they're going to hold that liquor in their warehouse for months until all of this is done, and when it comes back out on the
They'll all
shelf,
go out on sale.
no, it won't. It'll all go out at an inflated price, and it
I don't
just
drink
doubles
anyways, so it's a moot point.
they'll be able to double their profits because all of the stuff they took off the shelves is already paid for.
Yes.
So they're going to put it back out on the shelves, jack the prices up, and make more money off the same stuff that they bought.
We should have been buying more local anyway.
I agree. I mean, when I shop, if I need something,
We have a lot of
I
really
look-
good Canadian booze, guys.
I know, but I don't
100%.
shop for booze.
I agree.
But if I go shopping for anything, and it doesn't matter what it is, I look locally first, then I look online for Canada only. And I normally don't even look outside of Canada.
Some of the best beers in the world come from here. You know?
Yeah, but I don't.
No,
drink. I don't give a shit about
but I'm
liquor.
saying the mass population before this all happened didn't give a fuck.
We have a microbrewery here in town, and from what I hear, they don't do so bad. It's Slate Island beer or whatever.
But just traditionally, I don't think Canada did enough to support Canadian brands, not just alcohol, just anything.
I don't think
So I
they do.
take this as a positive side effect of the Trump world, that Canada might actually focus on supporting Canadian companies.
Well, you know what? Canada, in the last few minutes, Canada has rejected the contract with Elon with regards to Starlink and providing services for Northern Ontario and Northern Canada. They have
why
canceled a
Why?
$200 million contract. I don't know why, Marcel. I'm just saying
Because
the
it's
Canadian government.
Elon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Because it's
and that's the
Elon.
thing, and it's only because of who it is.
Well, apparently he's Canadian.
Yeah.
And they want to revoke his Canadian citizenship.
No.
Elon
One of
is
his
Canadian.
parents was Canadian, I think.
Yeah, liberals out there that are screaming and freaking out and calling Trump the big orange bad man want Elon's citizenship revoked.
It's not
So
just
that's not-
Canadians, buddy. There's a lot of Americans that want it too.
Want what? His Canadian citizenship
No,
revoked?
Elon gone. Just
That's
as
fine.
a whole.
But Why are you getting mad at the man who's showing you where the fucking money is being stolen
Who's
from?
getting mad? Nobody's getting mad. I'm just saying that there's an article out there that says Canada has canceled a contract with Elon.
Why?
Over
For what
everything.
reason? Because it's Elon. And why is
Because
everybody mad at
he's a
Elon?
user
Because
space.
he's showing where the fraud is fucking
Why
happening
are
in front
you
of their
yelling?
very eyes.
Why are
Because you
yelling?
keep saying that we're canceling this for no reason.
No, I'm not saying it, Marcel. The fucking article is. And this is
Because
what's starting arguments. Okay? This is the
and-
kind of shit that's starting arguments. I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm not saying that it's right. I really don't give a shit. What I'm saying is Canada has canceled a $200 million contract over what this fucking shit that's going on.
Which
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think is stupid. Right? It's like telling me to boycott Amazon Prime. Well, I pay for fucking Amazon Prime for the entire year. Why am I going to boycott something I've already paid for? Right? I'm going to watch Prime. I'm telling you now, because I'm not stupid.
I'm paying for
now my thoughts on that contract, Al.
I'm paying for a service, and I don't care where that service came from. How's that?
Exactly.
No. What I was about to say, if there's a Canadian company that can provide the service as well, give it to the Canadian company. But if
Infinity is trying,
if he's the only company that can provide the service, because I heard the Starlink thing's kind of good. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
I know a few people that are on it, and they're enjoying the service. Yes.
Yeah. All I'm saying is don't cancel it just because he's American. But if there's an equal valued Canadian company, you support it.
Right.
Why?
Which they should have did in the first place before they gave him the contract.
I was like, I would love to see car manufacturers start building cars in Canada. I would like to see
100%.
I would love to see
not already.
No,
Not
because
like
they
they
build
used to.
parts. They build parts in Mexico, parts in the U.S., and parts in Canada, and then somebody gets to put them all together.
Yeah.
Right. But Canada can do anything it wants. We've got the resources, we've got the technology, but for some reason we're under a thumb the entire time, not letting us expand the way we could expand. We're paying carbon tax on a carbon negative country, right? We're the only fucking stupid people to do that. So we've got enough people with enough money that let's turn around and take that and invest in this country.
You should be investing in your country anyways, no matter what's going on. If you're Canadian,
I agree.
You know, if you're in the U.S., but there's no reason that if I have a service that I'm using that's based in Hungary, I'm going to use that service. Okay. One of the services that I've used in the last couple of years is based in Finland. I don't care they're based in Finland. They didn't have a good product. So I went and moved on to somebody else. You know, it's not about where you're located. It's about if your product is any good. I use Prime every day. I've gotten rid of Netflix and I just have Prime.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't care if it's a Canadian company or a US company. I like Heinz ketchup. It's a Canadian company, but it doesn't have to be because it's the brand I like.
I like French's ketchup. And I've always liked French's ketchup, and not because it's Canadian.
I like French's
I like the
mustard.
taste better.
I like French's mustard and Heinz ketchup.
Yeah. And it's
I'm the same as
preference. Yeah. It's
I'm
personal preference. I like homemade ketchup even better.
I find the no name yellow store brand, as I call it, the yellow mustard it's too mustardy. I'm used to the yellow mustard that I like. That's like I like Hellman's mayonnaise. I like the real Ramon. That's the product that I grew up with. That's what I want. I don't like just Miracle Whip. Some people
I like.
just-
I see. I like, Miracle Whip.
Yeah, I like Miracle Whip.
Yeah.
I don't like mayonnaise.
Miracle
Me
I don't like
neither.
aioli.
I do too, but only Miracle Whip with bologna sandwiches.
I like Hellman's because it's got lemon in it.
Ham. I like it with ham. There's the ham and cheese.
Dijon is all right. Some Grey
Yes, that's
Poupon
not too bad,
now and then.
Honey mustard. Mm.
I'm bologna and mustard, Darcy.
You know, I like
Yeah,
hand
that's good
carved
too.
bologna on a panini bun with cheese, some margarine or butter, and some ketchup. That's all I want on it. And you can even fry it if you like. So if I'm staying at your house, please have some bologna.
Oh, make sure, Al.
Oh, I saw the awesome recipe. You'd love it.
We'll have to discuss that in the next edition
Yeah.
of the 420 Radio
Yeah,
Show.
just keep in mind what they are. They're
But my last local comment, Al, I
Yes.
tend to smoke Nova Scotia East Coast cannabis products over the rest of the country. Support your hometown,
Me
man.
too.
Always support home.
my
Always support home.
backyard.
Yeah.
Support my backyard.
But
Oh,
Ontario
no.
should buy Ontario products, and West should buy West products.
It should be that anyways.
Exactly.
Buy local. You know, like even during
Always
COVID,
did, always will. Always did,
during
always will.
COVID, I was up in Hastings, and I loved being up in Hastings because the stores were stores. The hardware store was an actual fucking hardware store. But anyways, we'll talk about that the next time. Say goodbye,
Later,
guys.
See ya.
Goodbye, guys. And Dale says, buy Nova Scotia seeds.
There
There you go.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 brambles on his layers.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And don't forget, if you're watching us on YouTube, to hit that subscribe button while you're there, right? Good evening, Tamara.
How you doing?
Not bad. And yourself?
It's Wednesday night. I'm tired, and the usual.
I'm gonna put you over on the other side. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I know. It's hard switching shifts from week to week. Never mind trying to do it mid stride.
Yeah, and it's just like I said, it's not that it's a big deal. It's just that I work till 9, and then I'm always like I can't go to bed. So when I come home from work on Tuesday, it's like Sunday or Monday. I still can't go to bed till 3:00 in the morning. And then I got to be up and opening the store for 8:00 in the morning. And then we had a big Sobeys order today. Like we had a huge Sobeys order today. And like there's just the mom, dad, and the son, right, and me that worked there. So we had this huge Sobeys order come in. So I've been like, yeah, I was packing and stocking shelves and stuff today too on top of it. So I ran a little harder than I did normally. And after work, we had to go get dog food and blah 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 with the kids. So I've been running pretty much since 6:00 this morning. So I'm pretty fucking tired and had about 3 hours sleep. So but I came home to this.
All
So that was
right, you've been
exciting.
talking about that, yes.
Yeah. So this is the Moose Hide campaign, and it's been going on since 2019, right? It's not a new campaign, but it's a moose hide. I wear one on my shirt. And what it is it's a First Nations Indigenous male centered like forward project where it's fronted by First Nations men to protect and honor First Nations and all women. again, social injustice, sexual assault, domestic violence, murdered and missing Indigenous women, right?
Right.
So I was first gifted my first one in 2012, actually, in Ottawa, when we were protesting on Parliament Hill. We ran across Elizabeth May in the hallway after the press conference.
Well,
And Sam Malachi was there, and Alison Murden, and Russell Barth, and everybody. We were all there. And Elizabeth May came across, and she gifted me one. But that didn't make it out of Ottawa. I don't know. I put it on my coat, and it just disappeared. I never seen it again. And then I have a friend that works as a traveling nurse, and she came and gave me one today, or not today. This was like a couple weeks ago. So I ordered some and sent them a donation, because they'll send you some without a donation, but it's best to send. It's nice to send a donation.
right.
So I sent out a donation, and I received a pack of 25 of them, so that I can gift them out myself. And then
There's 25 of them.
Yep, 25 of them. Yeah, I haven't even opened it. I'll open it. Hang on. Because it's got a little card and stuff that explains what the initiative is on it. So I might have not actually said it correctly. I might have misspoke a little bit, because I'm not, let's put it this way. I don't remember everything word for word all the time.
What are you smoking?
This is a baby Jeter infused with diamonds. And so this is what this is.
Okay. Sorry to distract you.
Baby Jeters. So they're infused with diamonds, and yeah.
Huh?
But they're from the store.
Okay. All right.
And actually, my friend Kimberly that worked with CETA is friends with the people that own that.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. Okay, so back to this. Okay, so this is it. Okay, so it's the Moose Hide campaign. So the Moose Hide campaign is an Indigenous-led grassroots movement of men and boys and all Canadians who are standing up against violence towards women and children.
So, and that's the piece of moose hide that is on the
on the card, right?
Okay. Yep.
And it says, wearing this moose hide signifies your commitment to honor, respect, and protect women and children in their life, and to work together to end violence against women and children and all those along the gender continuum.
Yeah.
Help spread the Moose Hide campaign by sharing with your family, communities, and organizations. And then it says to order these pins, donate, or learn more, visit our website at moosehidecampaign.ca.
All right, there you go. I was going to ask you, what was the website? Say it again.
moosehidecampaign.ca. They're also on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, everywhere.
I blew it up so people can see it. There you go. The guy shrunk it down again. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. All right, what do you say? Time to bring our guest in?
Oh, sure. Bring in Dr. Buck.
Bring in Dr. Buck. Well, Dr. Buck, just like a lot of our guests, has got an incredible cannabis-related story. And I think that we're going to, with the doctor, we're going to go from the beginning to, how things have changed over the years. Also, we've had Dr. Buck on the broadcast, and actually for me to even see him. So it's good to be here.
I just dropped something.
What?
I just dropped something.
You didn't drop your joint in your bed,
I
you?
did. I dropped my doobie. Now I can't find it.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Oh, there it is. I got it. Okay. It's a fucking nightmare. Especially when I'm tired. It's just like, yes, I dropped my doobie, but I got back up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's time to bring, as I said, our guest in. So at this time, we'd like to welcome Dr. Buck, but Scott Mocon to the Pace Radio Show. Welcome, Scott. How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
It's going all right. Tamara's just trying to burn down the place. That's all.
Dropping my doobies, just I'm a nightmare. Like I said, I'm on 3 hours sleep, and I worked all day. Yeah, I have a job now, where I actually get up. Well, I work in a little corner Korean grocery store.
Okay.
Because legalization put me out of business too. So yeah, I had to go get a job.
Yeah. So Doc, as you like to go by, obviously that's how you get your name on there. As I mentioned, everybody user that comes onto the broadcast has a story to talk about. And we like to share patient stories because we believe that patient stories are one way to educate other people out there. And there's lots of people out there that have some amazing stories. And, I believe that you have one of those, Mary Stairs. So what do you say? When do we start from the beginning and let everybody know, where did you how did you get involved in cannabis in the beginning?
April 3rd, 2010, I had a spinal cord injury because I was a truck driver. I worked for Dark Cup in Campbellford there. So I never smoked a joint until I was 35 years old. Right? I never touched cannabis because I was always drug tested.
Yeah.
I had a spinal cord injury at work that left me paralyzed, right? So then they were on me drugs, they were doing rehab, and they told me that I was never going to walk again. And then they were just filling me full of drugs and stuff like that. Then I just started doing some research, and I thought I've seen you in Campbellford and some of the shows you did in front of ours. That's how we met. It was Sue Peter.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
That's so amazing, Al.
Yeah,
Look at you go, Al. Spreading the
Campbellford
word.
Lifestyle Shop. Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
And that's
where
amazing. That's amazing. Because I understand I used to work for H&R Transport, so I understand the whole trucking. That's how I quit my job at H&R.
Like Scott you were in a wheelchair. You were wheelchair bound.
Yeah.
And told that you were never going to walk again.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you weren't even a cannabis consumer, like you said. 35 years of age before you even smoked a joint.
Did you smoke your first joint with Al?
No, actually, I smoked my first joint is when I was paralyzed in bed, and my little girl was beside me, and I said to her, "Okay, wake your mom up," and my wife actually lit a joint for me. I smoked it in bed. It was the first time I smoked a joint.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Paralyzed, and they sent me to Campbellford Veterinarian Clinic, the hospital. And that's where I was in there for like hours, and then that was like a nightmare, right? Then they went there and they thought I was fake, and he shoved a needle in my foot, and I was paralyzed from the waist down, right? And then they actually wheeled me into the hallway. I sat there for 6 hours, and this lady came there, a nurse, and gave me a set of crutches and some oxyrot, and said the doctor said you could go home. I said, these are my exact words to the lady. I said, the doctor just shoved a needle in my foot. I didn't move. I said, I just pissed my pants from the waist down, paralyzed, right? I said, now you want me to walk home with a bunch of prescription drugs? I said, I don't know how good of a faker you are. It wasn't common sense. Then they fucking take me into the lady says, okay, then. I said, you're going to catch me, right? I lift my legs off the thing, and I'm about to lift off the gurney. And I told the nurse, you're going to catch me, right? And my buddy's standing right there. And she goes, oh, no. Get back on. So I lift myself back on. Then I go in there, and they made me pull myself up onto the CAT scan machine. With a spinal cord injury.
Oh, yeah.
Lady, the nurse looks at me. She goes, I'm 6'4", right? She goes,
yeah.
You're too big. I can't lift you, so you're going to have to pull yourself up on. So
where the hell was this? Where were you? Where was this hospital?
Campbellford Hospital. So
where I go.
Snapping. Jesus.
Where I go.
Snapping turtles. Like, and there's still, oh my God.
It gets better. So then she does a CAT scan. Then they send me upstairs for 2 days. I'm laying in bed with my L4 and my L5 out of my back, 12.5 centimeters with my L5, and my L4 was 8.5 centimeters out of my back. My mom and dad's doctor from work, he's looking at my chart, and he goes, he's not even my doctor. He walked in and goes, Scott, like, why are you still here? He calls the ambulance. They wheel me to Kingston General, and they do emergency surgery on me. Right? And so then my L4 and L5 was out of my back so far, it did permanent nerve damage. Because I was upstairs for 2 days.
I hope you sued the living fuck right out of them.
Yeah. So then the rest of me to Kingston General. Then I was like, they told my wife to build a ramp that I'm paralyzed, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So then I was at St. Mary's on the lake for 2 months doing rehab.
Okay, and where it's at Kingston?
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And then I would go there, and the guy his name was Richard. He was my doctor.
Yeah. So you had to do rehab in Kingston.
Yeah, so there was St. Mary's on the lake. It was a rehab, right?
Yeah.
So when I did rehab there, then because I was so far away, I couldn't go travel, right? And then
Right. Yeah.
stay there. Well, I go down in the morning. I do like 4 hours of rehab. Then I would go up and I'd be in bed. Then I'd have a belt work in my foot. Then I'd be sitting there in bed. Then I'd ask him. He said, "Hey, can I go back and do rehab in the afternoon? I'm here, right?" So I was doing hours of rehab a day.
Wow.
Right? And plus, I was when I went in the hospital, I was 300 pounds. Like I lost 50 pounds. Right?
Yeah.
So I lost all that weight off, which helped my back, stuff like that. So then I was doing rehab in the Campbellford Hospital. Then at work, I was fighting work. I went a year and a half without a paycheck. They said that they didn't do it at work.
And I could just imagine the prescriptions that you were on.
I looked at my wife sitting at the table, and then I just started Googling salves, THC, CBD, CBG, CBN. So then that's when I just started doing all that because I couldn't play with my daughter. I was so fucked up on all the drugs. The Lyrica they had me on, like I was depressed, want to kill myself.
Yeah, that stuff shit. My husband was on that shit too. He said it made him feel like a dirty drug addict. It was horrible shit.
You can't I smoked a lot of weed, and when you take the Lyrica, I wouldn't drive. That's how fucked up.
Wow. No, he didn't like it. He took it like for a week, and he said, "I can't take this shit."
No. So then I wanted to I started growing. Friends of mine got me into growing. I wanted to grow my own weed, but I wanted to know what I was taking, right?
Yeah.
So that's growing. Then I got my medical license because all the prescription drugs and shit they were giving me was just fucking me up. Like I had no life, man. Like it was just like, what the hell? So then that's when I started. So then I started looking into salves and seeing the scam and how people were getting ripped off and how they were cutting it. And so then I went to the guy up on Oak Hills who was a beekeeper. He looked at me and because I was buying all my stuff on Amazon, my beeswax, he looks at me with Scott. Have you ever seen beeswax that was white?
No.
Beeswax, buy my own beeswax in the bar. He melted down, and the smell was so incredibly different and all that, right? And that's why, it's all plastics in the stuff that you buy, and the little wee bees is plastic. And he showed it to me, right? How it burnt, how he did that. So I started developing my salves, and then I think, okay, everybody I gave my salve to, like I tried to help, they kept on saying, "Oh my God, it's the best stuff." So
So you created this. You created a salve that you found that worked for yourself, and then shared it with others.
Yeah, I remember. So then.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
I remember.
That's right.
It worked really well. Yep.
Yeah.
So this one was CBD and THC. And then this one was THC. So then I just made some up the other day just for myself that I don't do anymore.
Yeah.
So I finished.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
It looks good.
Then we had.
And beeswax is like golden, right? Like it's not like real golden colored, right?
Yeah. So then I had all the ingredients. Then
Hang on a second. I'm gonna move you over there and make you a little bigger there.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
The barcode.
Yes.
Then all the ingredients were on the back, so you hit that barcode, and I had everything lab tested at 420 Legacy. So it would take you right to the lab test.
Right.
So, this one, right?
Yeah.
So then, because as a consumer, I wanted to know, okay, is this shit cut with Vicks? Is this stuff all this shit that everybody's cutting it with? So then that's why I had everything lab tested. Told you the ingredients on it. You hit that with your phone. It would take you right to that lab test. 420 Legacy. This is exactly what was in it. CBD.
Yeah, like how much you can't get any more transparent than that by allowing directly right to the actual lab test results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. In fact, I don't even think that any of the legal products have something that like that.
No. So
Yeah.
then I went from that. Like, it was sad because nobody supported me. Like everybody said a word. Oh my God, it was like. So then I grew the weed. I went on
Yeah.
YouTube, showed everybody this is organic. I made Dr. Buck's weed and feed. Right. I made
Yeah.
all this stuff. I started a company called Pot Man. We did gummy bears, but it was like nobody supports it.
I know. I feel you. I've been there. Like you
Yeah.
go out of your way. I took a whole summer to investigate and make hard candy, and you sell maybe a little bit, and then you give them away as samples, and then nobody bothers.
Right.
Cedar found the same thing with Icy Pops. We gave away 250 samples one year and didn't get one order.
It's true. Everybody same with my pot man, right? Like my labeling, my THC, like everything was like I said, there was no fake ingredient. You see that? I brought you in, I grew it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was there.
I remember because didn't you do a show from his grow? You did a show from his grow. Yeah, because I remember I think I was co-hosting, and I was here, and we did a show from the grow.
Yeah.
And Scott showed us all his beautiful plants, and he was going to do that Airbnb. With the 420 Airbnb. That was, I think, the last time we had him on the show.
Yeah. That was a while back.
And I thought that was, then it was. Like, that was a terrific idea. I think and you were working on that cabin.
The doobie in.
Yeah. You were, and it was beautiful. Like, it was just the cutest little cabin. I just thought that was great. And what a great idea, right?
For people out there, you can see.
I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful place.
See, I wanted people with medical people that you could grow your own medicine and you'd have to get scammed, right? I wanted to show people like I did all my organics teas, right? Like I was that planting behind my thing that I did an organic tea with was 16 feet. Then I did a drip system in there. Then that drip system that I put in that garden, I wanted to show people that you could drip tea. Because people said when you make an organic tea, you couldn't drip it. I wanted to show them that you could. So then I did that. And I actually dripped it all through my drip line. And I went down with this cup and I filled it up and just showed people. Because people tell you, you can't do this, you can't do that. I went down and I showed people. I went down the Marmor River with 2 toads.
Yeah.
I remember that too.
Yeah.
I was watching some video where you were blowing. Yeah, you were blowing like. Yeah, I remember all that. I was there.
There's the building on the hill.
I know that is so cute. I just think that's the cutest place. Like I said, living in BC for me, like where I am specifically too, it sucks because it's just me. I've got no community. Like Toronto, like that's why when I first got going, Toronto was even more accepting than Vancouver. Vancouver were a bunch of like elitists and snot bags and stuff. So I went out to Ontario. I wish I lived in Ontario, like not because of the healthcare and Doug Ford, but I wish I did because of people like you got like I would be closer. I could do stuff in Toronto, right?
Friends here. Now, everybody, I showed those pictures of those plants. Obviously, like that's a lot of stuff is trimmed by hand. So you also dealt with that because, as you mentioned, you talk about salves and all that, but you also did a business when it came to trimming.
Trimming.
Dr. Buck's CTS. Actually, I'll just show you something.
All right. Okay. You go
and
get
look
that.
at folks. Look at folks. He's not in. He's walking. See, because we kind of stopped and kind of dropped off on that. We did physio and blah blah. But see, he's not in that. In the wheel. There's no wheelchair or crutches.
No wheelchair. He got up and walked over there.
Yep.
That's for sure. Yeah.
My mom and I made Dr. Buck. That's my mom and I.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go. That's the drawing right there of Dr. Buck.
Dr. Buck.
I'm just trying to see. I don't know if I've got a picture of the actual
logo.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I don't know if I could actually honestly say that I've ever tried the salve of yours. I don't think I ever did. Oily Dogs that sent me out some stuff the one time.
Oh yeah,
But I
that
know,
was
like I
done.
said, I'm not one of those people that ask for stuff or ever expects people to just send me stuff for free, right? And I'm a broke joke, so I can't ever afford to buy anything. I'm so sorry.
Well, isn't like well, yeah, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but when we do, I'll find out if it's not an issue for you. So when it came to the trimming, the cannabis trimming services and all that, like you had a trailer and it was all self-sufficient.
So when I started that company, Dr. Buck CTS, which was my mom and I got to tell you the story on Dr. Buck. Right?
Yeah.
He always got the cannabis over his shoulder. At that time, no cartoonist would work with us. We had to go to the state because the marijuana, and I had one of the Dr. Buck's over thing in the caption was nature's medicine. And he had his marijuana over his shoulder coming out of the woods. So
Yeah.
went to Sterling. There was remember that sign place there. I went to 3 or 4 different places back then, and
yeah,
nobody, because it was marijuana, the cartoonist would work with me. I had to go to the States, and the cartoonist, he would goes back and forth, and I would go over to my mom, and I say to my mom, like, "What do you think, Mom?" And she said, "Well, he looks a little too stoned, or this should be up a little more. It looks down by its privates, right?" Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find. I'm on your Instagram, and I'm trying to find a picture because, like, you've got not only this is a character, but you actually have a statue, right?
Yeah, it's in my living room. I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's check that out.
So this.
I wish you would have known that because I got a cartoonist that's in Ontario. Was it a matter of not being able to get a sign made? Because I got a cartoonist that would work with you. Yeah, I wish I would have known that because she does all my logos and all my cartoons.
This is years ago.
Yeah,
Yes,
years
I'm
ago.
talking years ago.
Yeah.
No, Angie was around then because she was
she?
she was the one making Mark Emery's stuff back then.
Oh yeah.
Too. So she was
Oh,
around
look,
back
see,
then.
there you go. Look at.
Yeah, I
there it
remember
is.
seeing that now. Yeah.
There's the doctor. Yeah. Now are his eyes bloodshot just like they are in the?
Yep. That's great. He looks like a real stoner.
The weed, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So who carved that for me was Bob from. He's a world class carver at Myersburg Flea Market.
Correct. Yes. That's right. Myersburg Flea Market is Myersburg is just a little small hamlet south of Campbellford, and they have a big barn there. At one time, it was used for dances. It was like a big dance hall, and then eventually it turned into a flea market. And it's been a flea market for decades now.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
You know that I developed a tincture too, Al?
Yep.
Yeah.
You think you had everything the last time you had it on the show. You had tinctures and bombs and
I had the pet one, like for the
Yep.
pet, stuff like that, all that. Yeah, like it was like, and I had it perfected. It was all organic, no chemicals, and I made Dr. Buck's weed and feed. But it just didn't support me. It was sad.
It is sad. I understand. I do. I totally understand. Because you put your heart and soul into that, and you're thinking that you're going to do something really good to help people because it helped you, right? You want to get your story out. You want to get your, and it's not even about the money. It's not even about making money. It's about helping people. I think that's where people misunderstand the fact that we're, we're not trying to become millionaires. We just wanted to fucking get the word out and help people, right?
Yeah. I had Dr. Buck trim up some weed. I took it.
I remember that.
I just took it. I threw it in the back of the truck. My harvest.
You take a video of it.
Took it over.
Yeah,
and
you
we got some
that,
video footage and all that stuff. I did it more than once. And it was something that was going to take me, a week to do. I was done in like 2.5 hours or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that too.
When I built the trailer, when I started it was the first year that I had my medical license and I was trimming. I'm thinking, holy fuck, are you kidding me? Like hours. Yeah. And then at the end, you go zip, 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 and you don't give a shit. So then that's why when I wanted to do it, and I built, remember Jack and Jill, the Buckers?
Yes.
So I built 2 buckers and I designed them so that when I could lift my leg up when I was in a chair, so I could be in the chair and lift my leg up and I could buck, I could actually feed. Actually, I'll send you some videos.
Can you explain what bucking is? Maybe not everybody understands what bucking is.
So bucking is taking the butt off the stem. All right. So then I built this machine. You put it in, it goes. Zzz. Remember kids we did the bush and the tree and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Then you could adjust the speed, so it was different strains. You didn't want to hit it as hard, right?
Yeah.
So then when I would buck it, then I made the machine like all the stainless steel plate. Then come over and I feed it at the top of the one feeder. It go into another trimmer. It go into another trimmer. Put another trimmer. Then all of a sudden hit a weigh scale. Then you only pay for your trim weed. All right.
Yeah.
So take back. I give all that back to the customer too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can
I'm
make
just trying to see if I had a video of the.
You know the video I found of you standing in front of that plant that I was feeding my Dr. Buckwheat feed to?
Yeah. Yeah.
Big. The colas were that big, and you're standing there like.
Yes, exactly. Now you can see I've got.
Yeah.
I remember that too. Yeah.
There you go. The buds.
Yeah. That's the trailer. There's my bucker I built.
That's
bucker. Then on the plate, then you put it, you flip it top one there, yeah. So we go into the one T4, go into another T4, then go to another T4, and it just like
And that pop out.
Yeah.
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 That's pretty amazing. And I mean, it makes your life way easier. I even like we only ever grew like we were always about out like 30 at a time. It took me and Brenda, I think, a week and a half, the two of us sitting there trimming these damn plants, and we're just like, is this ever going to be fucking over? And then after it's all dry, you look at it and go, it took a week and a half to get that. Like it took a long time. That's all we got.
Well, that was the thing. Like this machine, the setup that Doc had, like little buds on your hand. It would trim fine buds, everything.
I know.
Yeah.
Like I said, even now with the legal market, like they sell smalls, stuff that we would have thrown in the garbage, quite honestly, because we couldn't trim it because our hand trimming, it's too hard to get those little popcorn, like little tiny ones. They sell those in the stores as BC smalls or whatever, and the buds are like that big you can barely put them in your grinder, and it's just like they're making money off the stuff we threw in the garbage. Like it's amazing.
Doc always said he could increase your yield because of the fact that this thing would trim the smaller buds.
Right. And I think that's what they're probably, well, it's hard to say. I know my one friend was working in a LP in Montreal and it was all hand trim. But they had quotas they had to meet, right? That shit, they had to trim like 1.1 kilogram a day. By hand.
We got a message. From Lorix Gardens. Respect the herbalists.
Right on.
There you go.
But yeah, so but again, I'm not sure what the licensed production is. But let's face it, legalization. Yeah. Anybody that was trying to do anything for patients when legalization it took us off at the knee, right? Because then people had access to way more strains than we could ever provide for them, and way more access. And that's what we wanted, to be fair. We asked for dignified access, but it wasn't what patients needed. It was what the recreation. It was set up for recreation only. So all the salves and stuff that you made and everybody that was making didn't even qualify to get into the stores until now they have wellness sections apparently, but all the things that we needed as patients, we still can't get access to. In the legal market.
We got to go for break, but first, what's up, Doc? Al and marijuana.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us. Exactly. I just out of curiosity, do you know who Lorix is there, Doc?
No, I don't.
No, okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Nice to meet you, though.
All right. It is time for us to take a break. We'll continue our discussion a little more on those pictures, some of those pictures. I want to ask questions. And we're going to find out what Doc is doing now. As you can see, His shirt says poppin' with the doc. So we're going to find out what's poppin'.
That sounds exciting.
All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. We are joined tonight by Scott Mocon, aka Dr. Buck of Dr. Buck's Sweet Treats. And as you can see on his shirt, we're popping with the doc, right? Exactly. Now we're gonna go into the pop, and we're gonna go to the pictures before we get to the end of the broadcast, because they were just, it was such a lovely time and stuff like that back then. But I'd like to first get into the first segment. We talked about you being a patient, being the fact that you were told that you wouldn't be able to walk. You spent time in a wheelchair. As everybody's seen, you are now up and walking, and how cannabis was benefit you in your treatment. But today, what are you doing? What's this popping with the doc, and what's this Sweet Treats all about?
Well, when I started this company, I wanted to show people with disabilities and challenges. I mean, and you can do anything. So I wanted to start a company doing 5 businesses I've never done before in my life, and I wanted to show people that you can do anything. Like I'm paralyzed on my left side, right? So
Mhm.
I was some of my part of my challenges. When I built equipment, I always built equipment like my bucker, so my leg could go up, and I had a chair that I built so I could sit there and just use my hands, right? And everybody would always say to me like how quick I was and how fast. So that's something I've always been good at is I could sit there and I could diagnose something, I can do it quicker, faster, easier, right? So
Mhm.
it's my dad, right? Because my dad was disabled, so I always watched my dad make things to lift things like at High Spring Trading Post, right? That was my dad. So my dad always was making. My dad couldn't bend over, right? His back was fused. So I watched my dad all his life do that. So
Mhm.
the trailer, so the Dr. Buck CPS, which was cannabis trimming solution, I want to be able to come to your house. Your neighbor's not going to know that I'm trimming your weed, and then I want to trim your weed, be fair, and then in and out. So people, then I want to show people with medical challenges that hey, you can do anything. You can grow your own weed, right? So that's
Yeah.
what I show people. Then my goal was to my goal when I quit, I wanted to trim 100 pounds an hour myself. So when I quit, that was my. I went on YouTube and I said my goal is to trim 100 pounds of weed an hour.
Wow.
When I quit, I was doing 150. Yeah, 150 pounds an hour myself, and that was
Wow.
And why did you quit? Like, do you mind me asking? Like, why did you quit?
because there's no money in it. Like
Yeah.
just because when the
No,
price dropped a pound of weed, people were like $250 for a pound of weed. So
yeah.
then they look at me and say, "Well, how can I pay you $50 a pound when I'm getting $250 a pound?" Right? So
Well,
that's
it
why.
used to be way more than that. Like, we used to pay $2,500 a pound,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it's gone
Yeah.
down substantially. But at one time, we also said, we wanted the same price as a pound of tomatoes. So I guess we got what we asked for. But was that really beneficial to and again, like I said, there's a double-edged sword to this, and I've said this on the shows before. Like, we've legalized cannabis and put it behind the 19 over, which is giving access to our kids access to crap like fentanyl.
Yeah.
It's way easier to get that crap now. So just saying.
So you did the trimming solutions, 150 pounds an hour. Now, obviously, people are saying, holy fuck, where you finding all that cannabis to trim, right? But you had a business that was to do that.
I went on the territory, and we went on there. And am I a master grower? Yeah. I show people shit that people that are That's why I wanted to show people that I'm paralyzed on my left side that you can do anything, right? So when people say you can't because you're disabled, you're more able than disabled, right? So then that's why you just have to look at different things. Like I went down to the Marmor River, I pumped out 2,400 liters of water into 2 toes. I come up the top of my hill there. I crack a valve and I would feed everything and just sit on the deck. And then I showed everybody that because people, I wanted to show people you could grow your own weed without getting ripped off, and you know what you're consuming. Same with the salve. That's why I built my own salve because I want to know everything I can for the weed, the CBD, the CBG, CBN, right? And then I did that. Like I proved that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, popping with the doc.
Popping with the doc, and that is a funny story about my cat.
Like, who thought you gone from popping buds to popping pop kernels? I guess is what it is, right?
Popping corns.
So now, did you know? I want you to Google it right now. The kettle corn king of Canada. Did you know that?
Kennel.
Hang on.
The kettle corn Canada.
King Canada.
Who comes up?
Dr. Buck.
I obviously did something wrong.
Dr. Buck's Sweet Treats is what comes up. So that looks like you've done some amazing things in there, Scott.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go.
We
That's
plus
awesome.
we won the Canada-wide award for the best trailer, Canada-wide.
That's so
You
great.
did.
Then we won the one the one in the Quinte West.
Maple sugar kettle corn.
Yeah.
What the hell are those?
Those are
Oh, here we go.
Something.
Here we go. There we go. Just so everybody can see the receipts. We have receipts. Dr. Buck's Sweet Treats winner food truck category. This is Canada wide.
Yeah.
That's so amazing. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah.
What an amazing thing. So apparently you do ship. See what happens when the country is so big and it's made in Canada too, right? So this is a really good opportunity for us to actually really support a Canadian product. Right on.
Like, do you like, does it ship? Do you ship internationally? Does that require a super special licensing that you just haven't gotten to that point yet?
We haven't got to that point. We shipped to the East Coast. We're in a couple stores now. We're in the Robin's Nest in Warkworth. We just got into a store in Kawartha Lakes. Right?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So then it's doing our nutrition label. We're getting all that developed. Like, I got to show you my
I'm just opening the website.
Yeah, you got here we go. I'll bring the website up.
Rockstar kettle corn, bubble gum. Oh, the pepperoni pizza. I got to get some of that for my kid. David loves it. Would love this. Oh, he's got braces. He whatever. He gets around that.
This is Dr. Buck's website here, and you talked about
and you do events.
Kettle corn picks. Here we go. Doc's premium picks.
And he does events. You can have him come to your birthday party and stuff too. That's super cool.
Yeah. And not only does he do events, but he also does fundraisers for schools and stuff like that.
That's so cool.
We just finished a fundraiser in.
I think that is the best. You know what? That's the best turnaround story I've ever heard. Right? Like that's awesome.
Pepperoni pizza.
You ready to see some?
All right. Sure. Yeah. Hang on. I gotta take this off the screen here and enlarge you.
How's your relationship with popcorn? Are you able to eat popcorn?
I don't eat popcorn anymore.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Yeah.
But I can tell you, Gail loves popcorn.
See, and that's the thing. Like, I can't even eat corn, but I can eat popcorn. Like corn, like really, like, but I can eat popcorn. So.
Okay, so let's see. We got that.
Bubble gum.
There you go.
Dill pickle.
Yeah.
And you can still use Dr. Buck's Moose logo. That is so great. You just had to take some leaves off of it. I love that.
Put maple leaves on it instead.
Yeah, that's terrific.
So it's made in Canada.
That's a way of making things. Yeah. That's a way of turning like. That's so great.
Then I have my, since I'm the kettle corn king of Canada. See him put the crown on Dr. Buck.
Oh, there you go.
Now, do you have the same code on your popcorn as you did on your salve so that people can get the ingredients?
There's going to be a barcode on that. It'll take you right to the website.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, so you have the same barcode. Awesome.
Now, just so everybody knows, this product is not infused. This is regular.
No, this is just regular old. Yeah.
Kettle corn. It's kettle corn. It's not popcorn. Right? There's a difference, right, Doc?
Difference in there's a difference in the pop.
Doc.
All right. Here's how I'm going to explain it to you. When people say, "What's the difference between popcorn and kettle corn?" I say to them, it's the same as when you eat something from a cast iron frying pan when you eat a Teflon pan.
Right.
Exact same thing.
Different. Yeah, it's a different pot.
Yeah. Now, just so you know, we got a message. We got a dill pickle fan in the house.
Oh, speaking of which, now that she's just popped up, can I just take a second to pipe in about her for just a minute? So Melissa was my guest on my show on Monday. We call her Saltier Mother on TikTok. but she's a cannabis patient too from Nova Scotia. She's been in the community and worked with Mom and Chris Becker and all those people. She's got a battle with WCB she's had for 19 years. This woman's going to walk from Cape Breton to Halifax. So, and that's it. That's a 417 kilometer walk. It's a 20-day walk. And she wants to leave by April the 5th. And of course, I'm here, right, in BC, and she's in Nova Scotia. So I can only help her by promoting her cause and asking people if they can volunteer, fundraise, help her get to her goal. Because this is the day of mourning for WCB workers that have been hurt or died on the job. And she's had a battle with WCB for 19 years. She's been in an Airbnb because they're redoing her house after 19 years to make it so that she can actually not be disabled in her home. It's cost them $120,000 for Airbnbs that they could have absolutely bought her a new house. And they're fighting with her over an entranceway. And it's just, and having her to fight for everything, the medicine, the cannabis, the infusions, all the things that she needs. And she's a nurse who was a nurse and a corrections officer. So this is how I'm finding that healthcare, especially down east, like it's bad here too. Like, don't get me wrong, but in Nova Scotia, and I'm hearing Ontario is not so great right now either, but it's horrible. Like, she's been neglected by WCB, she's been neglected by her doctors, and she's, like I said, fighting and fighting. So if you can help in any way, get a hold of Melissa. She's on Facebook, and she's also Saltier Metter on TikTok. So thank you.
All right, Dr. Buck. I do have a question. It come to me from an audience, a live studio audience. I can't put it up on the screen there, but I can show the note.
Can you murder me some of his? Hi,
Gail. Gail wants to know, says, can you order online for your kettle corn?
Yes.
You
Yes.
know,
and he ships Canada wide.
All right. Yes. I got some other stuff to show you. Okay.
All right.
So when I started this company, the three things I wanted was Canadian made, locally made, and handmade. Like, when's the last time you heard all those three? And I wanted,
really, eh?
I wanted to bring back old school, like when you taste something, it was there. It wasn't all air. So I went and I actually had a sifting table made that I sift, because commercial ones, they're like 17, 16 holes. So I got 1/2-inch holes. So if you look at all my product, there's no kernels.
Oh, because you
and I did all you see on my videos when I'm sifting all the old maids out.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's you cleaned it. It's like going back in the 70s, when the days when we used to have the album, the record album, and cleaning the seeds out of our cannabis.
You're gonna go.
You're cleaning your kettle corn before it goes to the customer.
So then I developed my own caramel.
You make your own caramel?
This is called Doc's Creamy Caramel.
Nice.
So I developed my own caramel because what was happening every time I ordered from my supplier, like a box of caramel was $200, $250. Kept on going up and up. So I wanted to make something that was like I'll give your wife some and stuff, and she will ship some out to you. But I wanted to taste like, when you're done tasting it, it's almost like a Weatherby candy, right?
Yeah, Werther's. Yeah.
Yeah. So this here is like, I'm gonna weigh it, but you see, there's no big chunks of stuff in it.
Yeah.
No, but if it's real caramel, that means it's got a thicker, heavier base to it, right? That's awesome.
Yeah. So then here's my label.
Pepperoni pizza.
Oh, look at the pizza.
Yeah. So then it's made in Canada, eh?
Yeah. I got the A on there.
Pizza. And I just put buttermilk on the top. But there's your pizza.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So then I developed one, because I developed this one here called mixed cheddar. So what I did was I put orange cheddar and white cheddar together, and then I mix it up together, right?
Yeah.
Cheddar. So then I made this one called Sweet and Sassy.
Okay.
So this will be your original, like if someone said, hey, you have kettle corn, this will be it. So it's sugar and corn. But what I wanted to make a lot better product, so what I use is I use sugar cane.
Mm-hmm.
Get that sweet, and then that's what the key.
And it's actually better. Sugar cane is better, right? It's not,
This is Marmor Mix. So this one put me on the map. This one here, I went to the township. I did a YouTube video. I went right in there, right? I said, okay, I want to be like in Sterling. You know, they say Rob Ray. They have it on the Sterling side. I said, I'm the kettle corn king of Canada. I want to be on the township sign. The armor on. So I went in. I gave everybody a bag, great big bag. I wanted to go to the town council and talk to the councilman too. Right?
Oh, did you?
On my case. So everybody would say, like, hey, you got Chicago mix? And you know me, I always want to one up it out.
Yeah.
I always want to go one higher, right? So I said, okay. So that's my creamy caramel. That's my orange cheddar. And what's more Canadian? Maple sugar.
Maple sugar.
Third one, maple sugar. And actually, I'll show you.
Maple syrup, sugar. Yeah.
So I go down the county. See that there? That's maple sugar.
Oh, yeah.
So that's real maple sugar. So what I do in my kettle, when I pop it, I got that and I fuse it right into the maple sugar. So it goes right on top of the kernel. So it's orange cheddar, my creamy caramel, and real maple sugar.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so that's my murmur mix.
Yeah, well, just so you know, we got a message. We got a message from Caitlin. Caitlin says, Marmor Mix is the best.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
That's great.
Every show we go to, people just walk up. You want to try sample? No, I'll murmur mix.
Marmor Mix. Mix. There you go.
Well, it kind of gives you a little bit of taste of everything, right? Like, gives you 3 flavors in one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sample bag.
Right.
These are the small bags that we sell at shows for $5. These are the bigger ones, right? This one here, I can't even take any credit. The Duchess, Caitlin, she invented this. This was her birthday cake.
Oh.
And we sell a shitload. I can't even take any credit, Duchess. It's all her. That's bubblegum.
Yay! Woo!
Yeah, that's our bubblegum blue raspberry and birthday cake. Like we sell back of that, right?
So can you buy mixed bags of whatever and you'll like kind of order to like, or can you, yeah, that's so great. That is just, yeah, congratulations. What a great business.
Did you see my lemonade? Dr. Buck's Dippity Doo lemonade?
Yeah, we should get, like, Dr. Buck does more than just cattle corn.
Oh, yeah?
You know, it doesn't sound like anything ever stops you. Like, you sound like you're the Energizer Bunny on, like, with, you know, wow. Just go. I'm sure we must be related. Maybe we're related. Like it's like a 10 million things going at once. Like, are you sure you're not my long lost cousin?
Did you hear what Gail just said?
Even his cat goes with him.
Even does the cat still go with you when you go out with your trailer to? Because you do events, right? Now, Scott's got a cat story. And then when we're done that, we'll probably go to break. But Scott has got an amazing cat story.
So we went over to like over the bay, Quinny, over to Picton. We go to this.
And how far is that? Like that's like an hour.
An hour and 45 minutes.
Okay.
An hour and 45 minutes. So like it was like freezing cold. So we get out in the morning, get everything set. We get in the trailer. We're going. I stop. We get gas and generator. I thought I heard something meow. Right. Get in the truck, we keep on driving. We go up over the Bay Bridge, Quinny Bay Bridge. We drive an hour and 45 minutes. We get to the show. We walk up. The lady walks up. She goes, excuse me, like, you know you have a cat on the roof? I said, what? There's Lenny, cat. I just let in Lenny. There's my cat. It was on the top of my roof of my trailer for an hour and 45 minutes. There's Lenny on top of the thing. I walk and said, Lenny. He goes, meow, meow. He comes down. He jumps into my arms. We did a whole video on it. If you go on TikTok and Instagram, you'll see me where we did all the video. And the people were so nice. They got us kitty litter. They went and got us all the stuff for Lenny. Yeah.
Oh, my God, that cat.
Oh, we took all. There's me with the cat or the Lenny, right?
Did they take him with you everywhere now?
Oh, yeah. Bringing Lenny.
I just
He's not going without. You're not going without him.
just a second here. I gotta change things up a little bit here before we go for the break. And let me make sure I get the right one. Yeah, there it is. Okay. We're just talking about the kitty. The kitty. Here we go. Right here. If I get
Excuse me. I got a cat up the top of your roof. What? I get out. Yo, Lenny. He comes jumping down, jumping in my arms. He's never so happy to see my sorry ass ever. No. Oh, yeah. He's already. Oh, Josh, can I go? You're not going. No, kitty. You ain't going. Dr. Buck. Well, check out Lenny on our video. So we're alive. I'll take you over and show you where he was. We're over the Bay Bridge. My house is probably an hour. Oh yeah, Lenny's right up there. Head over the vent. Thank God he didn't have the claws. Plus he's got an extra toe. I don't know what they call that. Some lazy shit. Come from his call it inbreds. Dr. Buck, get a quick care. Hang out with buddy Lenny.
There you go.
I didn't see a video. Was there a video?
Oh, didn't you
Or
see
just
it?
audio? No, it didn't come up.
Oh,
I could hear it,
watched.
but I didn't see it.
Oh shit.
That's
I
okay.
didn't know. Okay.
You can, it's okay. It's probably because I'm on my phone.
Did you see it? Did you see it, Doc?
I see it.
Okay, all
That's
right.
weird.
Yeah.
I heard
there you
it, but I couldn't see anything. That's all right.
We
I'll
skipped
go back and watch the rerun.
Yeah.
The
Go ahead.
part. Remember, we skipped the part. I said I wanted to start 5 businesses.
Yes.
Have never been done. So what I did Dr. Buck's mini donuts. I did Dr. Buck's cotton candy. Dr. Buck's. Then we did the kettle corn. Then we did that. Then I planted 450 lavender plants. Remember?
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Then I planted we planted like 2,000 sunflowers.
Wow. Holy smokes. That's a lot of. That's.
That 1 year I did that. So we don't do the mini donuts anymore. It didn't go very well. Better than the cotton candy. And just the other business exploded so much. Now we do Dr. Buck's extra large soft pretzel.
Right. Yeah. Well, why don't we get into more of that when we come back from the break?
Sounds good.
All right. All right. As I said, let me get us back on the screen here. We'll be back in about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here with Dr. Buck of Dr. Buck's Sweet Treats. Talk to you shortly. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, you're back with the Pace Radio Show, and we are live with the Canada's Cattle Corn King, award-winning, chosen by the consumers, obviously, of your very fine product.
Yes. All right. So I invented Dr. Buck's Tippity Doo Lemonade.
Yeah,
So,
dippity-doo.
so when I wanted to make something, it didn't taste like water and it tastes like shit. So then what I do is that I made the bubble gum, I made blue raspberry, I made lemonade. So then what I do is I use a whole lemon, right? Then we do it. Then I use a simple syrup. So you see people that then the cup I use, this is one of my cups. So we use a 16-ounce cup, deli cup. So when you shake it, you drive your straw on it. So when you're done with it, you can take it home and you can use it. Like I use it.
Well, yeah, that's terrific.
Right?
Yeah.
Put your change in it, whatever you want, right? So it's not a piece of shit cup. Right?
Right.
You'll see, we were in Madoc and we were shaking them and spinning them, and I was throwing them over top of our tent and catching them. Right for the tent, we were catching them, shaking them, right? So with the simple syrup, there's no residue in sugar. So when you see people put a quarter cup in and they're going like that, and they pour it into the other one and all that, it's all the syrup and shit. So when I do a simple syrup, we inject it right into it. So so it's just syrup. So it's all, I've already went to all the work and liquefied it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the sugar on the bottom, and that's the shit taste. That's why you taste water. So when you taste your lemonade, you shouldn't taste water.
No. You didn't buy water. You bought lemonade.
That's right. So we use a whole lemon. So you get that too. Then we crush it right in front of you, and we do all that work. Like it's just like unbelievable. Every person to taste it. Then with the lavender, we planted 450 lavender plants.
Oh, lavender lemonade, yum.
Lavender, and we infused it into simple syrup, and we had lavender lemonade.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
You would think it tastes perfumey. No, it doesn't. It's got a really.
You have to be really kind of like light on it to keep it like you can't use a lot, right? But it's because we used to make lavender cookies. You don't need much of it. Like, it's strong.
No, so I grew like 225 English, 225 French lavender plants.
Yeah.
Right. So then this
It's
year,
farm to plate. You're doing farm to plate. Like basically, you're growing it. Anything you're not growing is the corn. Or are you doing that too?
we tried to. I was going to grow the corn, but it's too hard to actually get the kernels and to get them over. So you'll see the video. That's why we go right north of Toronto. I bought it right off the farmer, the mushroom. You use the mushroom kernel.
Nice. And it's nice you can source it locally too, right?
Yeah. So that's
perfect.
Canadian made, locally made, handmade. That's my gig, right?
Yeah, that sounds so amazing.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, okay, you've got the Dippity Doo lemonade. You mentioned sort of pretzels.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Remember, the bigger is better.
Holy fuck, look at the size of
That
it.
is huge. That's a huge pretzel, the size of your head.
You don't lie. It's tape measures out. Tape measures don't lie. All right. We got 9 inches by 8 inches.
Got some girth.
Holy guys.
Put butter on it. You have options. You have butter. We put salt. We put Parmesan. Then we give you dipping sauce. You have chocolate. You can have caramel. You can have cheese.
Well, that's a good way of offering it. Then it's not pigeonholed into one flavor, and you don't have to make several different flavors just with sauce. That's a terrific idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got some brains there. Yeah, that's a great. Yeah, good business. Yep, awesome.
Then we have Ziploc bags too, because a lot of customers will say, "Can I take it home and heat it up?" I said, "Yeah." So we slide the plate in.
9 inches. Yeah, of course, they're gonna have to take the dang thing home. Jesus, it take me 3 days to eat that thing.
Just so you know, Melissa says that's bigger than my head.
It's bigger than his head. Holy moly, right? That's good because then obviously you're looking at quality and quantity and affordability as well, and giving people choices. So yeah, and what are your price points? Like, are you like, of course you have to cover. What are you charging? $5 for the popcorn,
$5
right?
kettle corn. And that one there is $10.99.
Oh,
Fundraiser. There's a fundraiser for all the schools and stuff. They'll sell that for $10.99. Their cost to be $6.
oh, that's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. So the school can make $5 a bag, basically.
Yeah,
Right?
great.
Yeah.
So when Colonel's, my competition, he was selling these bags, and he was selling like the butter, which is cheap. You rank $1. Well, if I'm gonna send my kid to school, my kid's gonna come home for a lousy buck. That's all that he was giving the school. Well, I give you $5 a bag. Then usually I'll take a whole bunch of like great big bags for the top sellers.
Did he forget about inflation?
Pardon?
Did the guy forget about inflation? You know, you need $5 is $1 now, and like $20 is 100. Like that's how it works.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
just so you know, Melissa says, "Looks like I'm ordering road snacks."
Yeah. These are non-infused, but you could, you need non-snack.
Once you receive them, you could infuse them
You
somehow.
can, you can add whatever kind of butter to that pretzel you want.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
And like I said, that's my friend that's going to do the walk. She's the one that the crazy woman that wants to walk from Church Drive in Dominion, Nova Scotia to Halifax.
So, it's okay. The lemonade, the popcorn, the kettle corn, the pretzel, and anything else?
Yeah. So then this summer we're gonna bring like a treat that are gonna be a sandwich, ice cream sandwich, or something along that line. Plus, I'm opening a farm this year to the public, and we're gonna have a festival. We're on the 23rd. We're gonna have
you said at the farm, so at your place?
Yeah, so we're gonna have a Dr. Buck's Fun Festival, August 23rd.
Oh yes,
We're gonna
yeah.
have guys, and we're gonna have all vendors in my one field. So we're gonna be putting applications out. Then I'm gonna make it really reasonable for vendors. So it's gonna be $40, and then I'll give you a $10 voucher for food.
Wow!
Right.
Holy smokes!
Then we're
That's a
just gonna,
screaming deal.
So what kind of vendors are you looking at attracting?
well, we're gonna do like some of the first of all, they're gonna be free. I'm gonna reach out to the Lions Club, the food bank. So if they wanted to set up a booth, they're more than welcome for free. Then it's
Yeah.
gonna stands, handmade stuff. Like I don't want a bunch of Chinese shit.
You want artisans.
Yeah. So then
Local artisans, yeah.
then it's done. It's gonna be for $40. Then I'll give you a $10 voucher for
Wow.
food booth, right? So
Yeah.
you can get
That's a steal. Good deal for sure. Basically, that's costing them $30 for their booth, right?
Some of the places we vended, like we vended in Tweed there a couple years ago at the Stampede.
Yeah.
$1,000 for my booth.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Even here for Canada Day events or even some steel days, we're looking at $500 for a food truck. And even like we did what the hell event we did the one event with the Progies too, and that was July 1st, and that was $150 just to sit on the side of the street. We just had to, like, and they gave us electricity. And that was
well,
it.
yeah, I know. I've talked to Doc about going to events, and talking about going to events. I got a list here of the different events that that you'll be attending to this year. Want to quickly go through them here? Mentions the Warkworth Maple Syrup Festival.
Coming up this weekend.
Oh, that's this weekend. It is. Yes, that's right. March the 9th. March seems so long ago, but now it's right here. Okay, now OFAHA Under the Lock Fishing Derby.
Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters. It's opening a trout season.
Mhm.
Parks, and they put all the there. Then you buy tickets, and then they fish, and then we sponsor a fish, right?
Yeah. And these are 2-day events, correct? Yeah.
Saturday
2-day events. Warkworth Lilac Festival in May, the May long weekend. I assume that's what that is.
Yeah.
You can basically just go from festival to festival all summer long.
Yeah. Northumberland Scottish Festival and Highland Games. I've seen you down at Tagnega at events, as well as locally. Marma. You've been at the I think it was the fair or something going on that you were at. So
Yeah, we
sounds like you've been busting a move. That's for sure.
Yeah. So this year we want to be open on Wednesdays and Saturdays at the farm, right?
Oh, okay.
So then you can come here and we're gonna be popping live. So you can get your kettle corn, your pretzel, your lemonade, right? Then we usually go live. We have a podcast too, right? Let's talk with the Duchess.
Right. I seen that on Instagram there. When I was scrolling through your account.
Usually what we do is we'll go into Marmara and the Duchess will follow me and video me, and we make up some crazy kettle corn, right? So I'll get an ingredient and I'll come back and I'll infuse it. So the one I just did was I went and I bought dill pickles. I put all the dill pickle juice in the kettle. We popped the kettle corn and chopped up all the dill pickle. I infused them right into the kettle with the kettle corn. And we had dill pickle.
Yeah, well, that's adding actual dill pickle flavoring to it by cooking
That's
it
a whole
in the
nother
dill
level.
pickle. Oh,
That's an infusion. Like that's a whole other level of flavoring.
I hate dill pickle. Gail loves it.
I love dill pickles too.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe
Ketchup is one of my favorite ones too. I love ketchup chips. I know how many of you can.
Yeah, well, ketchup, you'd have to make it so it was runny. It would stick to the.
We do ketchup kettle corn. We do salt and vinegar kettle corn.
Right. Okay. Yes, that's true. Yeah. That's right. No,
I seen that on the menu.
Yeah.
Scrolling through all this ketchup right now.
He's got so many flavors.
I know. Like that's the amazing thing. You know what they've come out with though? Here's one to throw at you. The Old Dutch has come out with a Korean taluge flavor. Like everything's Korean, like, and I'm working in a Korean grocery store, so it's like, really? Like, does nobody have an original thought in their head?
I made Trux hot.
There you go. I'm showing these different flavors again. So
I'm not seeing any video. It must be I don't know what's going on, but I'm not seeing the videos. It's like the screen disappears. Yeah, it's weird. It's okay. Like I said, I always go back and watch the rerun a day, like tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah.
Well, I went to the website on my other phone. I've been drooling since I started looking at it.
Do you have a chocolate one, Doc?
We're gonna do. I'm thinking about doing the caramel, laying it out, then drizzling chocolate all over it.
Ah, yeah.
You know, another idea too is a little bit of salt with that caramel.
Oh yeah, it's just salt, sea
Of course,
salt.
so yeah.
You
Yep,
could do
caramel.
that with those pretzels too.
Oh yeah, so with the pretzels, we have sauce too that we can go on like in a hot sauce.
Yeah.
One hot sauce, and we have dipping sauce in the little wee containers. So then you just give that whatever you want.
Yeah. Just so you know, Tamara, you're not alone. Melissa can't see it either, but she's on her phone as well.
Yeah, yeah. But you guys, but Scott's on his phone and he's able to see it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Like I said, I'll just go back and I will usually watch the rerun to kind of like, you know, make sure that I wasn't misbehaving on the show.
Yeah.
I made more money in 10 minutes selling kettle corn than I did in 2 years in the weed business.
No, I don't doubt that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
It is. Just, I feel you. Like I said, I feel you.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because you invest so much in too, right? When you do the marijuana, you're doing like you're investing and and it's not cheap. Like that machine's not cheap. All the watering, all the plants, all the nutrient, all not cheap. So you're investing way more into that to get nothing back out of it, right? Where the kettle corn's a little bit more viable.
With the kettle corn, you have from 2 to 100 years old. That's your clients.
Right?
Yeah,
You don't have to, and you don't have to explain to anybody. But the malagra, there's nothing. There's just here's your kettle corn. Have a nice day.
And I believe the method or something to do there has to do with it's a long traditional. It wasn't maybe not directly your family, but somebody's family that was passed on to you in order to be able to do all this stuff.
Yeah, the gentleman you'll see me on the video, his name was Rodney, right? And
Yeah.
like you'll see, he was been doing it for like 50 years. He was in the car and he used to build he did all that. So you'll see you use a paddle. I've broken 3 paddles, right? You'll see John Bell, he makes paddles, company.
Yeah.
Bunch of videos, I went right in, I give all his employees some kettle corn, and he custom made me a paddle, right? With a curve on it and stuff like that. So that was the thing. You'll see me with a paddle, and I've broken 3 of them in half. Right.
My husband's cousin's dad has a kettle corn business in Alberta too. He's been doing it for years. I've never seen it, but they go to all the festivals too. But yeah, that's they say it's an old tradition, really.
Yeah.
Now, what is it? Is it based? Is it more of like a Canadian kind of like with the maple syrup, or does it come from like Europe? Like where does it actually kettle corn originate? Do you know?
I think you see a lot of the Amish and stuff that they do the kettle corn and stuff
Right.
like. But yeah, the gentleman that showed me Rodney and mentored me there, right? I wanted to buy a chip truck. I didn't want to do the kettle corn. I think he knew about it, so I went and seen him through a friend of a friend. He finally was the old guy. You'll see the picture of him there, and he kind of looking at you, right? Like, so then I went up there and I was getting some kettle corn and stuff, and he did all these years, and he looked at me and goes, "You don't want a chip truck. You want this." And it was in his garage, and he pulls all this shit aside. And you'll see my first video when I light the kettle on fire. Have you seen that video?
Yes, yeah. I actually tell you the truth. To tell you the truth, I am in the process of looking for that video because I did see it earlier. I saw it, so I'm looking for it right now.
Oh yeah.
I can't get my TikTok to come up on this other phone.
Oh, the Kayla's video, right? And I got my dog up front. And I did bubble gum and maple, and it was awesome. And I never turned the heat off.
Oh, now I can see it. That's weird. I just saw that come up.
Did you?
Yeah.
There's a 6-foot flame coming out of my kettle, right? So
yeah.
I'll tell you, my mom burnt down the kitchen here making popcorn when I was a kid. When we were little kids, she lit the whole kitchen on fire because there was no popcorn machine, like oil and water or oil and popcorn in a pot, right? Yep. I get her.
You can see there's pictures. You can see here.
I can't see that.
Okay. Am I not got that shown up? I got it. Yeah, I got it up there. Okay.
Yeah, Scott can probably see it. I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the one that caught on fire, but
yeah, okay.
Oh, there it is, right there. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's in front of my house.
If you have the
bubble,
picture
you
there,
start
is it the video? Send that to my inbox.
Little stick cup. Yeah, baby. There you go.
I can hear it.
Yeah. Boom.
Let's make bubble.
It's on fire.
That's why you shut your heat off. R&D, baby, R&D. Good thing we didn't do this in the garage.
Do you have fire suppression? You must have fire suppression in your kettle truck, right?
We don't pop
maple flavor, salt,
Hang on a
bubble
second
gum.
here, Scott. I'll just shut the. There you go. Go ahead.
Do you have
So-
to have a fire? Do you have fire prevention in your truck?
No, we don't pop in the truck. We'd always
Oh,
take
okay.
it pop underneath the tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I'm just asking because I can't see. I actually can't physically see what your truck look like because I haven't been able to see any of the videos. So I'm not asking to be like annoying.
Yeah. Melissa says it's an art in a way. Is what
Yeah,
you're doing.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
look at workouts, especially being paralyzed on my left side, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna think that Melissa's comment here is, oh, holy shit.
See, we're real. Like I said, I kind of censor because we do a lot of TikTok, and you can't swear a lot. You can't say cannabis. You can't smoke. You can't do any things that we can normally do on the show on TikToks. We censor ourselves. You can't even say shit. You get a community violation. They'll take your whole account down, and then you have to appeal certain comments. It's just ridiculous. So, and there's so many trolls on there. But yeah, so we tend to censor ourselves. I believe I can actually do that.
Yeah, the what else you got here?
So, Mike,
go ahead.
Did you see the trailer? Did you see the trailer?
No, I haven't been able to. Like I said, I haven't been able to see any of the
You
pictures.
can see in this video here.
What up, Pornhub?
Can't
We're
see
coming
video.
for you. Put your fanny down to get it, baby. The doc's bringing the corn. Stay tuned.
Can hear it,
One
but
of
I can't
this,
see it.
come visit.
Oh yeah. The so go ahead. You got the trailer.
So the trailer was the trailer. I made it into a concession trailer. It was my trailer.
Oh, your cannabis trailer, right. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
So what I did.
Oh, the trimming trailer. So the trimming trailer went from a trimming trailer into a food truck. Cool idea. Yeah.
I didn't have $60,000 or $70,000 for a concession trailer.
No, right?
I like that. I said to the Duchess, I'm gonna make that a concession trailer. She said, what? She said, yeah. So then I bought a window off of Beaver. I cut the side of my, did a bunch of videos. I put it all in. I had it all wired. I had it all inspected. Right? Because with the cannabis trailer, when I back up, I have the generator in the back of the truck. I plug into the trailer. I start the generator, and we'd be in business. Remember?
Right.
I could be trimming within about six to 8 minutes. Pulling up, I could be trimming weed. Right? Just plug the door, generator, walk the back, drop the tailgate, start bucking. Right?
Yeah.
What's the nice thing about having a generator? You can set up anywhere.
Now, can you? I guess now, if this trailer, being that is a concession style trailer, you can take it to these events, not have any power. You're self sufficient. It'll run off a generator, and you're obviously your kettle corn is done out externally, and it's used with propane.
Yeah. So now when we go to Peterborough Music Fest, right, like 15 shows. And this is our second year that we went last year, right?
Nice.
And it's free. It's a free festival. Like
Free for people to come and
Yeah.
attend and
Yeah. Well, then it draws a lot of people out because times are tough, right? And people come. So
it's nice to have a free event like that for sure.
Yeah. So within 3 or 4 hours, what I like about it, we go there by 4:30, we're there by 10 o'clock at night, and thousands of people come and go, right? Because the first year we were in business, we did a lot of traveling, and it wasn't profitable, right? We did the whole. We cut the Ram Rodeo. We followed them all over Ontario, right? Then we all like we did like another really good show for us is Canada Day in Hastings, right?
Yeah.
Since we brought in the pretzel, the extra large soft pretzel. It's crazy how many we sell, right?
I'm eyeing one of those out.
Butter.
Yeah.
Salt,
No doubt.
the Parmesan cheese. Right?
Can't have the cheese, but
yeah,
I'm sure you got some dipping sauce that I would be interested in for sure.
Oh yeah, the caramel chocolate. Mustard probably our biggest. dipping
Yeah.
sauce. Mustard.
Nice. All right. You should maybe. I'm gonna make a suggestion. Jerk sauce pretzels.
Jerk sauce.
Jerk sauce. You know, like Jamaican or Caribbean jerk sauce. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, man.
You like hot? You like hot stuff, pal?
I've always liked hot stuff. We used to have chicken wing hot chicken wing contests. This was before my Crohn's, but I
was
still
gonna say, I didn't know you could still eat that stuff out. You're gonna whoop.
Oh no. Moderation. You have very little, and you can spread it out, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. Yep.
Yeah. No, I can't have it like I'd like.
And I
to.
just eat what I want and then suffer the consequences. I'll have cheesecake for breakfast and I'm not supposed to even have it.
Well, yeah, exactly. But okay. Other than that, is there anything else that you'd like to discuss, mention? Let people know what's.
How do people get a hold of you? What's your website? How do people? Yeah.
If you go on drbucksweettreats.ca, info at drbucksweettreats, pop them with the doc. So what we're going to release this summer, this has never been done in the world. So I did 2 or 3 things that were never done in the world too. I became a beekeeper too. I forgot to tell you that. That was a part of it.
Was that part of the 5? Was that part of the 5 things?
I became a beekeeper. I got all the bees in my backyard. Right.
Oh, your beeswax.
Yeah. So I wanted to have.
Then you got honey to infuse into other things, right?
Popcorn into your kettle corn.
Yeah. So
okay.
We already have the label made for it. I'm gonna make this so for whatever flavor you want, caramel. So you're gonna buy this, and I'm gonna fill it for the rest of your life for free.
Wow.
So then you go on my website, Dr. Buck's Sweet Treat, and you find out where I'm popping, because I'll be popping here every Wednesday and Saturday. You bring me your container, and I will fill it for free for the rest of your life. So you buy that from the consumer, and say you pay like $19.95, your kettle corn, and all of a sudden you say, "Hey, I got pizza last time. Can I get Rockstar?" Sure. And I will, wherever I'm popping, you bring me that container, and I'll fill it for free for the rest of your life.
At any events. Oh, there you go. Free kettle corn.
Yeah, every Wednesday and Saturday at 498 Huff Road, I'm going to be popping.
Do you have a building that you can do it like all year round, or do you just going to be seasonal?
No, we have a building, or else we have pop-up tents, right?
Right on. That's awesome. That's really great, because you find so many of the trucks and stuff because of winter in Canada that you can't absolutely be viable all year round, right?
Yeah. Then
you're having a fire outside. You should be able to pop cattle corn.
Oh, and you've got tents and stuff and warmers. It could be like if you've got property, you can do all kinds
frozen,
right?
Frozen cattle corn. Just like
icicle
wine, right? Icicle wine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure we could come up with all kinds of ideas for you.
Yeah.
Stop it. My own brain's giving me enough work. I don't need you to.
Just so you know, I'm gonna say that I think Melissa's enjoying this conversation. She says this guy is blowing my mind.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
It seems like he just never stops. Like nothing gets him down. Like nothing. He's never given up. So that's a
well,
standing ovation for you just for your whole life. Like that's just amazing, Scott. Good for you.
Yeah, it's been a really up and down challenge, right?
Yeah.
Then I almost died this year in December or November, right?
Yeah. You're telling me there quickly over the phone. And what the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is just recent.
Yeah, this is just like I was in Kingston General for 2 weeks. I was in IC,
Oh,
right? Yeah. So what was happened? I came home from a show in Picton. We did the Picton Palace, the show. Came home Sunday night. All of a sudden, I started puking Sunday night. Like I never stopped throwing up. And all Monday I puked, and all Tuesday I puked, and all Wednesday I puked, and finally I got my girlfriend to say, "Okay, you gotta take me to the hospital." Right? I tried to make a doctor's appointment. He said, "Take her to the hospital." So I said, "I'm not going to Campbellford Hospital." So she drove me to the hospital. Right? Then we went to Trenton Hospital. They rushed me right in. Like my heart rate was 186. Right?
Oh, wow.
And then they tried to get my heart slowing down. They stopped my heart twice, put me under, stopped my heart another 2 times. Then they rushed me to Kingston General because they couldn't get my heart rate down. Then they finally got my heart rate down. Then I was in their ICU for a week. Then they ran tests. So then I have to go for heart surgery. I got a hole in the bottom of the left of my heart.
Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeepers.
So I'm just
Right,
waiting.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So when they're looking at doing the surgery?
it was supposed to be I thought done in January. I went to a Hotel Do, and he said they were going to get me in right away.
Right.
I don't know if there were just so many people backed up, but I'm on heart pills now. I'm just waiting for that call.
Right. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Another challenge coming your way for sure.
We'll definitely keep keep thinking about you, and hope everything works out for you.
Yeah, me too. So it's been exciting. It's probably
I have faith that it will, because nothing gets you down.
no. I gave it over 5,000 bags of kettle corn away. If you go on all my videos, I went into a lot of the thrift stores in Belleville, right? And we went where St. Paul the said, "Hey, how many volunteers do you have there?" They said, like 120. I said, "What?" Came home, I popped 120 bags of kettle corn live on TikTok. I drove back and I give them all to the.
Now, tell them what St. Paul is.
It's a thrift store that has volunteers,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. All right.
So then I pulled into Tim Hortons there in Campbellford there a few times. I said, "How many people work here?" And when we video it all, we give them all kettle corn, right? We go into we did the Keene Pumpkin Fest.
Yeah.
Right? I gave over 100 bags of kettle corn to all the Lions and all the volunteers, right?
Wow.
We
Good karma. That's good karma.
The Marmor Food Bank, I've been there 3 times. Like we've given over 100 bags of kettle corn, stuff like that. We did all videos on that too, right? Giving back to the community.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For sure.
That's amazing.
Yeah. For sure. Melissa sending her love. It's like what she's hearing, man.
Thanks for joining us for the whole show, Melissa. I really appreciate you popping in and joining us for the show tonight.
Yeah, we always like to have our viewers involved in the conversation. Sometimes we get people who just make comments. Sometimes we get people that will ask questions, and we'll pass those questions on to our guests as well. So yeah, interactive, right?
I wish we could bring people up like a panel, like they do on lives on TikTok. You can actually bring people up so you can have conversations with them. Wish there's a way that StreamYard did something like that, so we could actually bring them up rather than just message.
Oh, like bring them into the conversation itself.
Yeah, like a panel. Like then if they want to join in on the conversation, they can join in, and other people can pop in and pop out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Al.
Well, yes, man.
You'd have to distribute it, but I'd be more than welcome or happy to pop up a bunch of kettle corn for your viewers and give it to you. Then you could ship it to them.
Okay. All right. That sounds like a great idea. So anybody who's
So here's one of the questions they have to answer. The first person to answer this question is going to get like a free bag of kettle corn from Dr. Buck, and then Al can distribute it. How many points does Dr. Buck have on his antlers total?
How many coins?
Points.
Well, how many
points are on the horns?
Okay, how many points are on the horns of on the antlers of Dr. Bucks?
How many points did Dr. Buck have with his antlers?
Okay, so can I get you to go? I gotta watch my time because we got a show coming in behind us. Can you go back and show us Dr. Buck again with your phone?
I have to go on my website and count out the points on Dr. Buck's sweet
So
treat.
we'll run this. We'll run the question for how long? Because this is live. Like, are we going to let them answer the replay? Like, are we going to give them a day? Is there a limited time on this?
Oh,
He said first person.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's a replay, okay, yeah, the first comment on this, but that would
right.
be
Okay,
yeah,
now
say the-
as far as where the people have to comment, because there's some people watch on YouTube and there's some people watch on Facebook. We've been having that. Actually, we got that right now. Well, I guess at both YouTube and how about one at YouTube and one at Facebook?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So there you go. One each of the platforms. Answer the question: how many points are on the antlers of Dr. Buck? And that's the reindeer. Is that what he is? Reindeer?
He's a moose, isn't he?
He's a moose.
The deer, Dr. Buck.
He's a deer.
Oh,
Buck.
Dr. Buck. Okay.
Buck. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, Dr.
You
Buck.
call a moose a buck too, don't you?
Dr. Buck had hoof and doe, buck and doe or something like that. Salves.
No, I don't sell them anymore.
No.
Dr. Buck's hand and hoof salve.
Hand and hoof. There you go. Hand and hoof. Yeah. So, but
Love
okay.
it.
So people find you once again on your website. Other than that.
.ca, Papa with the Doc, the Kettle Card King of Canada, baby. He's live.
He is. And you can find him on Instagram as well, right?
Oh yeah, we're everywhere.
You're everywhere.
The king of kettle corn. The king of kettle corn.
Exactly. All right. Tamara, anything?
I believe Cheryl Rose coming on the show on Monday, which is Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana, which runs at 12 noon Mountain Standard Time, and that's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, the substitution program is moving forward. We are always looking for donations, and you can get a hold of me at tamaralee3@gmail.com when it comes to that substitution program. You have a good week.
All right. Before we go, we have a post on Facebook. We have a person, Melissa. She says, I'll say 8 since 8 point was my first. And sorry, Melissa. Dr. Bucks.
Wrong. Come on, she didn't do her homework.
Do you get more than one try?
You're being lazy.
Oh, yeah.
You can try again.
All right, everybody. Thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, at ease.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics, as well as the Camelford Lifestyle shop. All right, thanks go to our guest, Scott Mocon, Dr. Buck, and he's got the sweetest treats going on. I'm going to check out his pretzels here shortly. Other than that, thanks for tuning in, everybody. And don't forget, we'll be all back next week. And we'll be live right here once again, paceradio.net, 420pace.ca. Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 34. We are very welcome to be joined by our special guest, Chris Coolum. He is a former officer running for a seat in California. And pardon me while I have a little bit of technical difficulty here. Let's see. We're basically currently our discussion is going to center around just the center of questions around cannabis and industry related as well as patient related. Chris, basically starting off with our first question, of the 3 cannabis bills currently circulating on the Hill, we wondered which of the 3, the MORE Act, Mace's bill, and Schumer's bill, if any of these, do you support and why?
Thanks for the opportunity, and glad to be here. I'll dive in on the bills, but really none of these are a total solution at this point, though I believe that they are good starts. Some of them are good starts. Right now, the one that I think is probably most appropriate for a cannabis industry perspective is the MACE bill. That's the one that really, I think, in broad strokes, addresses some of the more important elements of it. Looking into some of the points in Schumer and also from Nadler's bill, there's a lot of things tucked in there down on the bottom, which I think many of the California operators can speak to from firsthand experience. One of them is the IRS having the ability to go in and adjust the tax rate based off of certain parameters, which are not yet disclosed, every 6 months. And we've seen that that problem rear its ugly head in California, where we're watching companies who are building their profit models and their operating models have to completely reconfigure the approach that they're taking to the market once there's a reevaluation of the tax rate. So that's why I would lean towards Mace's the most. There are still some shortcomings that I think need to be brought to a different place, but I think that she's doing the best work to really address the market and a broader approach to banking and to addressing some of the things inside of the veterans world. So that's why I'd lean to hers.
Thank you very much. I'm a California operator myself, so
nice.
Keeping an eye on things is something that is specifically needed, as well as to see what actually transpires, because Schumer hasn't given me much faith, and watching the MORE Act continue to come up and die is only becoming a frustration, as most people are suffering from misinformation. They forget that it has to go through actually 2 houses to be the House and the Senate, and then it gets signed. Whereas, unfortunately, some of these bills are just going somewhere to die outright.
Yes.
I will turn this over then to question number 2 to Brian Buckley. Welcome, council member.
Thank you. And thank you, Chris, for joining us. It's really an excellent opportunity to speak with you.
My pleasure.
The question that we have is, what do you see as the opportunity with cannabis legalization, and what is your vision?
Well, I mean, this is really the heart of the conversation for cannabis operators, both, keeping things in a California-centric perspective, but also on a national level. We're looking at major economic headwinds across the board for the United States. I think we're seeing small businesses largely, my kind of center of the universe is California. So we're watching a great deal of headwinds for small businesses, whether they be cannabis or not, because of a lot of the elements of the economy. And that, I think, is causing a major loss in our small business population. And my hope is that we can use a brand new sector like cannabis as one of the major elements to generate new economic activity, to develop advanced jobs, more manufacturing capabilities, use of more lands, and also on the research side. I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. The real vision that I believe, again, kind of speaking from a more California-centric perspective, but nonetheless a United States relevant statement, is that California and the United States can be a net exporter of cannabis. And we know that there is a worldwide demand for it. We know that people are willing to pay and to acknowledge the craft and the value. Again, California being one of those that's in worldwide demand now, despite all of the other issues. But what that demonstrates to me is that this is a product which has demand that can help stimulate, bring our economy to a new place and a new level without a whole lot of investment on the government side. So the vision would be the same exact thing that we have here where I live in Sonoma County, the wine country. International demand, major draw for commercial activity, and we can see that happen, and we can see that cannabis is cultivated and turned into various products. But we can see economic activity going into Oklahoma or even now Montana. But we can talk about some real economic activity generation that this United States could benefit from. And I hope it could be a first step into what I would consider to be the new economy of the United States. So in broad strokes, that's the vision that I see. I know that there's going to be continued advancement through maybe the pharmaceutical world, how we're getting into the cannabinoids and how we can identify terpene expression and the elements of those aspects of the plant, and how that can also be used in medical research, addressing many of the ailments or the conditions or other components of life, as we should say. But there are a lot of things that I think we have yet to discover that this plant provides. And this step forward for federal legalization, access to true research, and the kind of commercial exploration of new applications of this plant really, I think, can open up a huge opportunity on an economic front that we are still yet to capitalize on.
That's great. And you definitely nailed the benefits. Do you see any dangers or do you have any concerns?
With the use of the plant itself?
Yeah, you see use of the plant, or even with the terms of like the legalization of it, anything that might come to mind?
There's a plus and a minus to the lack of research that's been done. There's to be frank, there's not really been any actual research done by the federal government on the pros and cons. It's kind of been this, I'll say farce of a process. And I think there are some things about this plant that we likely don't know, and we owe it to ourselves to explore that and understand that in a true, objective, and scientific manner. I think that many of us who have experienced the plant and its effects recognize that there are upsides. And I think that with anything, you can experience a form of psychological addiction. There are real elements to that, but I don't have significant concern. But I do think that it's worth exploring the potential for concerns.
I appreciate that. I think me as a civilian in the cannabis community, I would say one of my biggest concerns is in terms of the legalization process. of the federal government and them overtaxing, where I think the education process might not be there, where you see a MORE Act, they're looking at a 5% tax, so insurance an 8% tax. And then you're looking at the Chuck Schumer bill that he wants to throw a 25% tax.
Right.
And then it turns into the danger side of, I think people will start going back to the illicit market and have untested cannabis that they're consuming. And, you know, especially with the fentanyl scare and things that are going on, those are some of my biggest concerns, that we might tax this thing out of the market.
Yes, and I share that concern wholeheartedly. You know, you start to look at the breakdown in some of these tax structures, and you're looking at somewhere between 65 and 85% tax if you were to go through the Schumer process, and you start to look at how these tax schemes scale and are tiered. My fear, I guess, getting more to the administrative and bureaucratic side of it, is that we see something very similar or a continuation of what we've experienced in California, which it almost seems as though it's a regulatory program designed to remove small business. And this could be a scenario where that process, you know, and arguably Camp 2.0 is continued in a more economic way rather than a law enforcement way. My concern is that we see a scenario where many of the regulations are written in such a way that only major corporations have the ability to meet the economies of scale necessary to identify profits in your operations. Do we have distributors that are large enough to go through the permitting process in multiple states, do multi-state operation, maintain compliance, and what is the tax payments process? Some of the bills address that it needs to be a wire transfer directly to the Federal Reserve. But this, I am afraid, has the potential to create you know, a small business eradication process. So yeah, I'm with you on that.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Back to you, Etienne.
Chris, I kind of glossed over a question initially, and I wanted to follow up since you were discussing each of those bills. So what would you do differently from the MORE Act, Mace's Act, Schumer's Act? You just touched on taxation.
Yeah.
So what would you look at would be since you have been in the industry yourself, what would you see as a reasonable tax? And then of those three existing bills, what would you do differently?
Thank you for that one. I think if you look at some of the kind of preamble to several of the bills, the pieces of legislation that we're discussing this evening, they talk about the impact that has taken place inside certain communities inside the United States, and so far as the drug war. And so arguably what we've had is 80 years of government activity directly running counter to what we now have seen through the democratic process demonstrate the will of the people. So we've now seen that 90% of Americans approve of the use of cannabis in some form or another. What these bills also represent is an acknowledgement by the federal government via the current Congress that the United States position on cannabis was wrong. So the US government is the guilty party. The cannabis industry is the prevailing party. I find it odd and a little confusing as to why the prevailing party, the cannabis industry, would be on the hook to pay taxes to conduct a commercial activity in which they have articulated for 80 years is in fact a legitimate and appropriate commercial activity, that we would then be taxed by the federal government to do something that they have spent, according to some of these bills, somewhere to the tune of about $3.8 billion a year over the last 80 years to counter. So why is it that the prevailing party is going to pay taxes to the guilty party so that the prevailing party can conduct the activities that has now been proven to be legitimate? So all of that to say, why again are we paying taxes? Why would the cannabis industry pay taxes on the front end before it really even has a chance to get its feet under it? What we have seen demonstrated in California, the fifth largest economy in the world, an economy that doesn't have any shortage of consumers, producers, transporters, et cetera. So it's a full-fledged economy. And that regulatory structure that existed has demonstrated that regulatory structure was written in a way, whether intently or not, that was insufficient to create profit for the operators. And part of the reason for that is because the regulations and the taxation started at 100%, in effect at 100% from the day one. So normally, as you watch the progression of a industry, the industry starts, it gets its legs under it, then the government becomes involved, they start to introduce certain regulations. Regulations kind of grow with the growth of the respective economy or respective sector. And then there's a growth in taxation. California, as an example, did not start with the opportunity for licensed, legitimate cannabis operators to actually conduct themselves in a way where they could be profitable. And if we do the same thing where we start with a full-fledged a full-fledged regulatory environment at the federal level, my fear is that the obstacles and the friction to commerce are going to be so great that the cannabis companies can't overcome that. So why is it, again, that we would have taxes that are then going to be used to pay back the people who were negatively impacted by what has now been deemed to be a legitimate war on drugs? I don't understand how that makes sense. We, the aggrieved party and now prevailing party, are going to pay a tax which they are going to then use to pay the other individuals that were also a part of the aggrieved and prevailing party. Why wouldn't it come from somewhere else? This is kind of one of those government magic scenarios where, yeah, we're going to let you do what you've already been doing, and then we're going to use your profits to then pay the people that we disproportionately impacted in a negative way. So all of that again to say, why would we pay taxes on the front end? I think we should start at a 0% tax or a 0.5% tax to make sure that we get off the ground first. And I feel, again, California is the business case to prove the necessity for that. So I hope that answers the question.
No, it's very helpful and gives us an idea, I guess, again, as we're looking to where we stand. I would like to introduce Council Member Al Byrne. He has a follow-up question for you. I have a feeling it's about research.
Hey, Chris, very interesting conversation.
Thank you.
I really like your economic theory take. Makes a lot of sense, especially the taxation issue. Yeah, I consider the plant a plant. It grows in the ground. These guys have heard this. They're boring them, but we don't tax the corn that's growing. We don't tax the soybean that's growing. We don't tax any of that stuff. We only tax it at the end of the cycle. Here we've decided that this particular plant, and at least in the minds of the politicians, the lawmakers, is that it's not a plant, it's a drug.
Right.
So there's a conflict there. Now I'm the old guy here that they send up to do all the nasty shit. Okay, they put me up there and they say, Al. So this is not a criticism by any means, but it's sort of look at it as you came here with a bunch of really experts, and we are. And I just want to add something to your conversation about research. You were absolutely correct about your evaluation of U.S. research. However, the term I like is that that's a very ethnocentric evaluation of the research, meaning the research you are referencing is United States research, which is paltry. It's good. There's not enough, etc. You are correct. However, what I would like to say to you, and I would wish that you would think about putting this in your verbal repertoire, is that throughout the world, cannabis is in the pharmacopoeia of at least 27 countries, big deal countries. very sophisticated healthcare systems. The cannabis drugs that are created, for instance, in Great Britain, called Sativex, is the brand name, is distributed throughout the entire European continent by Merck, the fourth largest pharmaceutical company in the world. So what I'm saying is, when you get into the research discussion, I would urge you to broaden that discussion as I just have, to counter the rhetoric that is normalized here, that we don't have enough research. We do. We do. In the world, there's plenty of it. And I will be happy at your convenience to help you identify all this stuff and give you copies of it.
Excellent.
But that's something I hope you will take from my little interview here with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is illuminating. So, and I agree wholeheartedly with that I think reconfiguration of perspective for me. So thank you for that.
Yes, and Chris, thank you for talking about taxation that way. I was the test case for taxation for the state of California back in the day, because I also own and operate the oldest dispensary in the United States, continuously operating. So we were railed by the tax department because they wanted to go after everybody else. And I had the former head of back then the BOE, the taxation board, and basically he was my lead counsel, and in the end they just told me, you're gonna shut up and take a dive because we want access to that tax money. So I think exactly what you stated is a real thing that people have to understand, that California is currently should be looked at as a test scenario of how not to be in that resolve with taxation, whereas we're seeing Oklahoma do just the opposite and seeing their industry flourish the way that we were anticipating California to be, but that we have yet to realize. So thank you for bringing that up. Next up is Council Member George Armstrong, and he has a question for you, Chris.
All right.
Hi, Chris. First of all, I want to thank you for being here with the council. I'd like to thank you for your continued service, for choosing to run for Congress. I think that your experience in the enlisted corps and the officers corps, and your experience in international theaters will bring a unique perspective to Congress if you get there. But regardless of whether you do or don't, I'd like to commend you on continuing to serve your community. I think that you would serve us well. And then, so that's the good part. Now I'd like to ask my question. Right now, veterans exist under an unfair VHA policy in VA hospitals that spans across both legal and illegal states on safe access to medical cannabis. And veterans are at the mercy of these state laws. What would you do to rectify the problem of medical treatment by zip code and bring that issue to light in Congress?
Thank you. To me, it's kind of hard to see this as on why this is even a problem at this point. We're in 2022. We're already delving into several other, I don't like calling it treatment solutions or treatment regimes, but we're looking at other things such as MDMA and psilocybin, even a few others that I think are showing great promise. So to me, it's almost anachronistic that we're still sitting here talking about whether or not we could access cannabis for veterans. And kind of touching on what Al talked about earlier, is we're not looking at the total spectrum of solutions, and we're kind of limited in I'm going to steal your word, Al, but ethnocentric frame of mind. In my last few years, I began to recognize the value of some of these other approaches, not only through the different components or compounds, but just a new approach to life as well that I don't think was really discussed in our military service, and how to kind of in real life hunt the good stuff, as the term goes in the military. But we need to do a complete overhaul, in my eyes, of the VA. There's this very large bureaucracy, which I think is really one of the most dangerous elements for veterans. I know there are a lot of great practitioners and people who do amazing things every day for veterans inside of that organization. But it also strikes me as one of the largest bureaucracies that fail to address many of the real needs of veterans today. I've met with several of my soldiers or Marines that I served with, sailors, and I remember meeting one of them. He was a high-speed, low-drag guy, was with the Ranger Regiment, did a few tours, really did some things. And when I knew him, he was a staff sergeant, hard charger, moving fast, and I loved everything about him. I met him, I want to say, I think he got out in 14. I ran into him in 17, and he was a shell. He was on more drugs than he knew, coming all out of the VA. And that really was a punch in the gut to see that. And so, I talked to him, I asked him what was going on. I asked what his solutions were, from the doctors, and he was on everything they told him to be on. And, that was I almost call it damaging experience for me, just seeing how bad that can really get for people. And I talked to him about cannabis. I don't have any medical experience, but I talked to him about it, and he called me about a year later, and he was alive again. And, he talked to me about how close he was to doing certain things. And, I don't think that it was it's not a simple story, but I think he did a lot of personal growth in the time. But I think that veterans need to step up. I think we need to take another look at how it is that we exist inside of the American political system. I think we need to look at how it is that we present ourselves to Congress. I know there's a lot of great military and veteran organizations that are doing many good things in Congress, but we also, I think, are getting to a place where we're watching too many of us, get off the battlefield for no good reason. They talk about how 22 kill themselves every day, but I think that number is far higher. I've seen studies that show it's closer to 35%, and sadly, I think 35 per day. And I think that number is closer to reality, but I don't think that number is even correct. And for some reason that you're not supposed to talk about that, but I missed that memo. And I think we're seeing really that we need to, both as Americans, as veterans, as people who have sworn themselves to the Constitution, we need to re-engage ourselves in the dialogue and the discourse of America. And we need to make sure that we are representing ourselves appropriately. I mean, you look back at Congress 120 years ago, the overwhelming majority of Congress were veterans. I think it was 90-something% of all members of Congress, regardless of party, were veterans. You look at it today, and it's the exact inverse of that. It's 10, 12%, and maybe it's correlation and causation, but I think part of what we are failing to do is take care of ourselves. And I want to step in, be a part of that loud and aggressive conversation to address it. And I don't believe that there should be some sort of zip code restrictions. I think if you're a veteran, many other things that I think, but one, I think if you are inside of the care of the VA, you should have access to cannabis. I think cannabis should be a covered medicine. I think that it should be a medicine provided to you wherever you are in your state. Whatever state you're in, because it's federally administered medicine. but that would be one of my major priorities, making sure that veterans get direct access to cannabis, regardless of their location. So I hope that answered the question, but I'm happy to further.
Yeah, so real quick follow-up. I want to touch on a few things. First of all, we are happy to talk about those 22 a day and those we lost on the battlefield and back home. Speaking to them keeps their memory alive. So I'm glad you brought up the soldier that was struggling. And then kind of back to what Al was saying about educating you, I'm going to stand up for the VA in this current situation. One of our council members got them change their policy back in 2010. It did take them 12 years to actually put out that OPSEC video that came out a few weeks ago explaining that. But that's explaining the policy that I asked a question about. So we still have 13 states that have no medical programs. If you're a 100% disabled veteran and you live in one of those states, you don't have access to it. And the VA is restricted on their policies by what the federal government does, right? So, and honestly, this falls squarely at the feet of Congress, and that's the only place that it can be fixed. And the real only fix is to reschedule it to schedule, at least down to like Schedule 4, so it's a major lift. But I just wanted to give you the cheat answer to that question, because it really is. You can't put it at the feet of the VA. They're doing everything they can. They can't offer those people in those 13 states to break the federal law. They're a federal organization, So, but yeah, so I just want to add that, please, Chris.
Okay, and then I wanted to clarify. You said that 13 states don't have access to VA services.
No, to medical cannabis
Okay.
access because of the laws. We've got medical cannabis laws in 37 states, so therefore they can talk to their VA, and their concern is those people who are in those 13 states who need access and don't have access. So
Got it. Okay, thanks for the clarification. I was not aware of that.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
So that's the frustration that we follow, in the sense that why we're organizing. We came together as a group over as a buddy check, just checking in on each other as veterans. And then we realized how powerful we were together. And I do hope that you are successful in your run, because we're hopefully going to have a lobby day next year. We were hoping to have one this year, but it wasn't able to due to COVID. And so in May of next year, NCIA, National Cannabis Industry Association, will have its lobby day, and we'll be down there. And so hopefully we'll you'll be able to come on down and shake our hands and come take some pictures with us in the day.
Hope to invite you in.
Councilmember Byrne, you've got a follow up.
No problem. Chris, I saw you taking notes.
Yes.
And there are 37 states that have legal cannabis, and veterans can use medical cannabis in their protocol, and 13 that don't. However, all the territories also agree that they can use medical cannabis. So if we got vets in the Virgin Islands or Guam or something, they are also allowed to use cannabis. It's just, way back places like South Dakota and Kansas, they haven't got the message yet.
Got it.
Yep, and we need to bring our brothers and sisters into the fold somehow, some way. We have another question. This is going to come from Councilmember Michael Crowitz. Michael Crowitz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dan. So this question, I think, goes to a little bit of hopefully your vision of how you'll work in office, hopefully becoming elected on legislative cannabis information. And I want to kind of rewrite the question a little bit here, but the same essence. But the thing is that we kind of have a pretty good understanding of how a couple of things work. Like, we work a lot of times with vets that are working with constituent services. That's very straightforward. Communications, between the congressional research services and all that are very straightforward. But there's a little bit of a mystery to us. I think just certain things fall through the cracks. And we've been working as a Veterans Action Council on an international level. And international cannabis, it definitely intersects our national law, our Controlled Substances Act, but it does it in somewhat of an abstract way, meaning that it doesn't come up in your average conversations about federal legislation. And when we go to a legislative office and we work with the staff and we talk to the various staff members, we found ourselves sort of dead ending a lot. And just wondering, like, how you see yourself coordinating with stakeholders. How do you see yourself making sure that you interact with those who are the experts in these fields? I guess the bottom line for us is there's a lot of echo chamber stuff going on at the federal level in Congress. And how do you see yourself, let's say you're working on a congressional hearing, how would you make sure you had the right people in the seats that actually represent the people in the field, not those that are just the biggest voice or the one that promotes themselves the loudest?
Yeah. One of the I guess most important elements to doing that true conversation is that I've been able to run a cannabis company. I've been in the cannabis industry, so I've seen it firsthand. I've experienced the law, the legislation at the state levels, at the city levels, at the county levels. So I have the firsthand knowledge when it comes to how does this policy manifest itself into operations? How does this policy really end up playing out either for the benefit or the detriment of licensed cannabis operators. And so there's a little bit of experience that I have that most congressional members don't. It's that firsthand, I'm a small business owner, cannabis business owner, et cetera. And so I've been there. I've stood in the Capitol, state of California Capitol, with the people who are really pushing the needle. I've worked with a lot of the nonprofits that are on the ground, the trade associations that really got a lot of things to move. And so I've been able to meet the people who or at least many people who I believe are the kind of, at this point, the silent movers that don't have the millions of dollars and the big names and stuff like that, and these silent movers, you're not going to know them if you're just random congressperson who is waiting for an expert to be put in front of you. So I guess my point is, I get firsthand experience. I've worked with many of the people, at least at the California level, and I reference California, one, because it's my firsthand experience, but two, it's the closest example of regulatory environment at a, call it, relatively national scale, that allows me access to people and knowledge of the existence of people who are really informed on this. The Humboldt County Growers Association is a phenomenal organization. They've had some great leadership. I sat with the California Growers Association back in 16, 17, when they were doing some great things, co-founded the Cannabis Distribution Association, which has worked on a lot of the both California distribution related policies, and also helped address several pieces of legislation in other states. One of the things that the Cannabis Distribution Association was able to facilitate in the very front end of California's legislation is when 64 went into effect, distributors were not allowed to transfer to other distributors. So you had to, as a distributor, pick up your goods from the producer, and only that one distribution warehouse could move it to its final destination. Because if you look at the way the law is written, when you have a distribution center in another location, it's actually a different license. So the technical interpretation of California law would say that you were not allowed to move as a distributor that owned two warehouses. You couldn't move from warehouse A to warehouse B because this was a different distribution license. And so we were able to solve that problem pretty quickly. And those are the things that I was able to watch and see play out on the front end. So kind of a long way to answer your question. I have a lot of firsthand knowledge. And I think within that network, those people will know the real answers, because many of the lobbyists on Capitol Hill are just doing a great job getting paid. I'll leave it at that.
I just had a quick follow-up, if you don't mind. And I appreciate that answer. It's hopeful that you'd be able to take that role of someone in Congress who has some actual on the ground experience to bring to the process. I think that will be very helpful. But this is actually completely just out of my curiosity, but how would you see yourself? I mean, first of all, I guess, do you see yourself championing and working on things that are outside of your expertise, outside of your general comfort zone, as you come across them because constituents bring them to you, or other members of Congress bring them to you, or in the course of regular activities, do you see yourself putting forward things that again would be outside of your general immediate expertise, and how would you handle that? I mean, how it just it strikes me there's sort of that little bit of area I just can't quite get my brain around how those things would formulate in Congress. I guess what we wind up doing a lot of times is wind up having multiple conversations. So we'll wind up talking with the chief of staff, we'll wind up talking with the member themselves, and all these conversations have to be aggregated within our own team, our group, to try to figure out the overall conversation. So that's our side. so
Yeah.
to speak, from
piecing it together.
from the advocate side. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've done, I've done that advocacy side. I was one of the first people inside of the license space to be pushing members of the state legislature in California to have conversations with us, and knocking on their doors and having them tell us no, and just walking the halls, trying to get them to talk to us. And then eventually, within the next 18 months, they were begging us to talk to them. I literally had legislators walk up to me and say, what bill can I write for cannabis? We were at a after party and they were like, Chris, you know what's going on here. Help me write a bill. And, I was like, 18 months ago, you wouldn't even let me in your office. And, so I've felt that pain. I've gone through that process. I've seen it, and I've seen it manifest or, pivot quickly. But to answer the bigger question that you had, I talk about cannabis because I have firsthand experience in it, but really what I'm focusing on and what I intend to focus on in Congress is small business. And I see cannabis inside of that. We need to have representation. At this moment, there's not anybody in Congress that has actual experience in the cannabis industry. There's nobody representing the cannabis industry. There are people writing bills, but there aren't people actually representing cannabis. And I'm running for the district that has the Emerald Triangle within it. I am running in the district that has the oldest and longest producing cannabis region in America. Why is the person that represents the Emerald Triangle not the one writing and championing cannabis legislation? So I feel that that should be a very natural nexus between the legislative effort and this district specifically. Separately, my other background, I did 16 years in the military. Part of that was enlisted, and then I went in as an officer and served as a infantry officer. One of the last assignments that I had, I was assigned to a Department of Defense think tank called the Senator Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. And one of the things that I studied there was transnational issues and worked on global challenges, global economics, understanding environmental, military, geopolitical activities and how they interface across countries. And so given the situation that we have here in the world, not only with Ukraine and Russia, but also many of the issues and challenges that are headed our way with China that we're seemingly distracted from, those are also things that fit well within my level of expertise. And so there's really two things, and arguably three things, that I'll focus on heavily. That is ensuring that the cannabis industry, that small business will have representation in Congress, that we can address the challenges inside of our economy and help grow the American economy back to what it should be. Separately, we also need somebody who can address the geopolitical issues, that understands what's happening on a geopolitical front, that understands what's happening with our monetary policy. Why are we experiencing significant inflation? Why are we experiencing substantial supply chain issues? I've worked in supply chain. I understand that. I understand many of the challenges to a degree greater than many of those in Congress. And then we need to make sure that we are taking full measure of our national defense. And those are some real issues that need to be addressed. And then lastly, we need to make sure that we're focusing on the future. And that means tying in education and making sure that we are preparing our economy for the 22nd century. And to that end, I would like to focus on developing a space economy. So there's many things that I feel fit within my expertise, and cannabis is included in that. To segue into the secondary part of your question is, what will I do with many of those challenges, which are the responsibilities of Congress that don't fit within my expertise. And, having learned what leadership is from the very bottom, being an E-nothing, being responsible for my weapon, and that's it, to taking care of an organization of 200 people, leading that organization, or facilitating operations for an 1,100 person operation. nobody has all of the answers. Anybody that says they have all the answers is the last person you want to talk to. And part of what we learn in the military is how to crowdsource expertise. And that is exactly what I would continue to do. And there are a lot of things that, one of the things that I want to focus on, particularly for this district, is addressing forest management, firefighting, preparation, because kind of one of the major issues that we're facing in California is a 1,200-year drought. This is the worst drought we've had in 1,200 years. We need to address water storage. We need to address firefighting. We need to address water security. I understand those things at a high level for, national security, strategic security considerations, but I don't have any expertise on forest management. So it's knowing who those those members are with expertise, and then having the ability to very straightforward, because I think we're out of time to really play these political games that we've been playing for 40 years that landed us where we are today, where we just have compounding environmental and economic issues. So we need people who are keen leaders who know how to look at somebody who is there to offer support and say, you either have it or you don't have it. And if you don't have it, you need to go. We need to find somebody who does have it. And, we play too many political games. And I think part of that is why we are where we are today in America. And to be fair, or to be frank, we're on a bad path. We are not on a good path in America. And I think it's because we're taking this too lightly. So to answer the question specifically, I'd find the experts. I'd find the people who know who those experts are. And I would very directly leverage their knowledge, because I think the real value of a congressman is the ability to put the people who know what they're doing in the right places and give them the authority and get out of their way. Just like the government should do with business. Get out of the way.
Right on. Thank you. That was a good
Certainly.
response. Next up is our last question is Council Member Al Byrne.
With a question that's been answered, you have addressed essentially what my question was. The only thing that I would ask you to, in the world we have now, there seems to be a confusion between real medicine and one compound, say CBD. It's a compound of a big plant that has 300 compounds, and then we have the hemp issue, and then we have recreational cannabis, and somehow over my years it has been developed that we have these three tentacles of the plant, and I had a lot to do with them doing that. But now that it's been done, it's confusing to the average human being out there. And I wonder if you and the guys that you have worked with in the past as industry have discussed how to make this triumvirate have its own, each particle have its own talking points, if you will. Has that ever been really discussed within your experience in California or beyond?
And to make sure I understand it, you're saying delineating between hemp, CBD, and THC, or I want to make sure I understand the question fully.
And recreational as opposed to medical, as opposed to hemp. I mean, the press seems to just interface this like it's all the same, and of course it isn't.
Right.
And I was just wondering if the business community is even thinking about addressing this sort of dysfunction of conversation.
It's been my experience, and I'd be curious to get Brian's thoughts as well. But it's been my experience that no, there's not much. I mean, you have the people who understand the medical component of it, and they are well informed. But I think in the broader sense of those that are consumers of cannabis for whatever purpose, No, I don't think that there's really much of a delineation, at least here in California. I don't think that there's really an identification. I think Brian's company is doing a great job trying to articulate the existence and the value of the medical side of things. But by and large, the commercial market is largely focused on recreational consumption. Part of it is, I believe, largely because of the existential threat that exists for cannabis companies, period. And that is, I got to figure out how to survive. I have to figure out how to counter the unlicensed market who is eating my lunch and my dinner. And I remember my former company, this is 2018, and we were trying to start the conversation about terpenes vice potency. And that was a fool's errand. That was, I'm only now beginning to see, call it April of 2022. So 4 years later, I'm only now beginning to see conversations about terpene profiles. So my concern is that we are going to experience something like that when it comes to CBD, hemp-derived CBD, cannabis-derived CBD, medical versus recreational, with, I think, probably one exception, and that is inside of those communities that are more attuned to the value, the medicinal value of cannabis. And so I think what we'll possibly see is these kind of centers, these community centers that understand the value, the medicinal value, start to propagate that message outward. So I think the veteran community will be one of those centers. Maybe some of the other cultures that have a longer standing relationship with cannabis will also help propagate that information. But when it comes to the commercial market, unfortunately, I don't think, and I'm not going to argue that that's an empirical statement, but I don't think that there's much of a conversation at that level. I guess another caveat I would put to that answer, though, is the exploration that's being done with the compound level and how to address certain ailments. And we're seeing a lot of really interesting work coming out of Canada right now in the psilocybin space. I think Bruce Lenton has done some great things to make sure that exploration continues. So I'm hoping that there's a level of collaboration, or at least mutual benefit, that happens in those, I guess, at this point, more advanced discussions. But yeah, sadly, I think for the consumer mindset, we're going to see commercial, recreational cannabis kind of lead that conversation in a general sense. But where I think we'll see the real meat of the conversation between government and certain communities will be the medical front.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Certainly.
So I'd like to remind everybody that Chris Kalum is running for the California 2nd Congressional District. It encompasses the northern coast of the state. Basically, it goes from the Golden Gate Bridge all the way up to the Oregon border. It includes Highway 101 north of San Francisco, except for a stretch in Sonoma County. Consists of Marin, Mendocino, Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity counties, plus portions of Sonoma County. So, Chris, I'd like to thank you for joining us today, but I would like you to finish by telling us about why you're running and give us your platform. And to plug you real quick, for anybody who has any questions or would like to support Chris, please go to chris2congress.com to find out more and find ways how you can help Chris out. Go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can see what's happening in the United States right now, and it's, I think, particularly poignant for veterans today, which is one of the reasons why I'm standing. Is we're watching partisan politics tear this country apart. We are steadily marching into what appears to be, according to all of the experts, pending environmental collapse, or at least substantial environmental degradation to a degree that apparently is irrecoverable. And their claim is that that's going to happen in the next 8 years or less. I think as we continue to watch what's happening on the international level and national level, we're watching a precipitous decline of the economic power of the United States. We're watching China rise exponentially. There's a PricewaterhouseCoopers study that predicts that in 2028, China will be the largest economy in the world. And that means that the United States will be number 2. And in principle, I don't have any issue with that, but I recognize the reality of having a new economic superpower controlling the world. And I don't know that I don't know that we're ready for that. I don't know that the world is ready for that reality. And I think that we need people in Congress who are well attuned to the international environment, to international organizations and and institutions and how they are supposed to prepare themselves or prevent certain actions in the world. As I look at what we're doing here nationally, it's apparent that we don't have vision in this country anymore at the national level. We used to have it. We used to be happy and motivated to work for the greater good so that we could accomplish amazing things on behalf of humanity. And we're not doing that now. Now it seems that we're stuck in a quarterly cycle where we're just pushing to make sure that we meet profit expectations. And we do that on a continual hamster wheel. And that's not what we're here to do. That's not what humans are here to do. It's not what Americans are here for. We're here to press the opportunities of humanity beyond what we think is possible. I think one of the last times that the United States had vision was with JFK when he wanted to send us to the moon. And I think that we lost that along the way. I think, I'm glad that we have someone like Elon Musk that is taking up the mantle, rightly or wrongly. It doesn't matter. We're advancing humanity. And I think that we need more people that are ready to show vision, that are ready to identify what the vision is and to take this country to the next frontier. And, we're not even talking about the 22nd century. We're talking about hoping to make it through the end of this year. And we're having real conversations about nuclear war. We're talking about famine now. Our president is talking about how we need to be ready to experience famine and food shortages. That's not America. America is the one that's solving those problems. America is the one that's figuring out how we make sure that countries have the food that they need to have to survive. And so I don't see that leadership happening. And so I think as someone who swore an oath to the Constitution, I took that oath to heart. I made that oath 3 times, twice in a time of war. And I've never felt like I removed myself from the obligations of that oath. And so for me, it's a duty and an obligation to stand up when you see that your country is not headed in the right path and do something to make that path the right path. And so that's why I'm standing. And I believe that there is a large portion of this population. I would argue it's probably upwards of 80% of the population that agrees with me, that is of the same opinion and does not agree with the path that we are on, whether they're a Democrat or a Republican. We can see that these politicians, these career politicians, do not have our best interests in heart. And we need to, as the people, stand up, and we need to make sure that our interests are represented. That's our responsibility as citizens of a republic, because we're not a democracy, we are a republic. And our obligation is to the republic. And so if we do not protect that, if we do not make sure that our children understand the definition of liberty, then we are failing. Because if you don't know how to define something, then you will never know you lost it. And that is not a future in which I can accept. So I am standing, and I'm hoping that I will have others that will stand with me. And I understand it's an uphill battle. but thankfully, I've been in a fight before, and I've got some training from the Marine Corps, from the Army. You know, no hill for a climber, as they say.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. As we always say, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. And thank you for doing your part and being vigilant and speaking up for the American people. And we wish you luck and success. And we look forward to following your journey. So come back and let us know how things are going. I would like to thank our council members, Michael Crowitz, Brian Buckley, Al Byrne, and the George Armstrong, Michael Crowitz, myself, Etienne Fontaine, and of course our special guest, Chris Colum. This has been the VAC Roundtable number 34, from Cannabis to Congress. So it's good to see one of our own out there giving a shot at it, and hopefully it inspires some more of you to run in your neck of the woods to make our Congress a better and brighter place. And thank you, Chris, for taking the time to share your thoughts and ideas. You seem like a man for the job, and we wish you success on your journey.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time this evening and your insightful questions.
All righty. Y'all have a great night. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Y'all have a great night.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode